I will call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Members of council, please rise if you're able for the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on procès porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Dans l'histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Kichigwanash, Nani Bueda Migweche Wendanda. Nani Bueda Migweche Wendanda.
Please remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Robert Barnes, Sheila Cola, Rabine D'Souza, Carol Grafstein, Bernard Green, Amar Harris, Kevin Mills, Shanaz Pastanji, and Abra Shiner. Thank you. Be seated. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepen our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the city clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are with us here today and who are watching the meeting online. Members, we do have a presentation this morning, and I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Good morning. We have we want to today celebrate a remarkable chapter in the life of our city and in the life of someone who has helped shape it in quiet but powerful ways. Victory Bowes has served Toronto Public Library for over 25 years. And for the past decade, she's led it as our chief librarian. And that title may sound simple, but the impact is beyond its, I can't even describe it. You know, librarians, me with words, it's hard to describe. The impact is anything but simple. Under Victory's leadership, Toronto's library became more than a place to borrow books. They became vibrant, inclusive, and essential public spaces, opening longer hours, welcoming more people, and offering more services and community connection than ever before. She helped eliminate overdue fines. I'm one of the, thank you. Extended, even small amount, right? Expanded hours across the city, and make sure that every Torontonian, regardless of background or income, could access the tools they need to learn, grow, and connect. Victory also stood firm on something that matters deeply in our times: the right to read freely. She championed intellectual freedom, not just here in Toronto, but across the globe, the entire library community, reminding us that libraries are guardians of democracy and freedom of speech. She led the transformation of branches like Albion, Fort York, and North York Central into beautiful, accessible spaces. And she made sure those spaces reflect the community they serve, including through meaningful work with Indigenous partners on reconciliation and placemaking. When the pandemic hit, Victory didn't just keep the lights on. She turned libraries into lifelines, pop-up food banks, vaccine clinic, outreach to the most vulnerable residents. TPL was there because she was there. And through it all, she has never lost sight of the future, investing in digital services, advocating for fair access to Canadian content, and building a library system that's ready for the next generation. And I heard that our e-book circulation and e-libraries are the best in the world and most used in the world. That's an incredible achievement. Victory, your legacy is written not just in policies or buildings, but in the lives of the people that you've touched, the barriers you've broken, and the city you've helped build. On behalf of all of Toronto, thank you. And I know you're joined by your sister, Alison Cook, and your brother-in-law, Corey Tachuk. They are here today. And we want to thank you. We are grateful for your vision, your leadership, and your heart. Enjoy your well-earned retirement. You've more than earned it. Congratulations, and we'll miss you. Victory, come on up.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much, Mayor Chow, for those kind words. It's such an honor to be here. One of the reasons I so appreciate being able to speak to all of you here today is because it's a wonderful opportunity to recognize Mayor Olivia Chow, all of you on City Council, Paul Johnson and Steve Conforti and other staff at the city for the support we've received for public library service. During my tenure, public library service has benefited tremendously from all of your support and steadfast belief in the value of public library service. I have many colleagues working in other libraries, particularly in the United States, who are facing serious challenges from their municipalities and others. And I cannot begin to tell you how grateful I am not to be in that position, and how lucky Toronto and its residents are as well. As Toronto City Librarian, I often say I have the best job in the world, and I've been so fortunate in my library career. I wanted to say that I'm very grateful to the Library Board for all of its leadership and guidance throughout my tenure. A number of you in this room have served on the Library Board and advocated and supported public library service as board members. And currently, we are very fortunate to have Deputy Mayor Paul Ainsley, a longtime board member, and Deputy Mayor Amber Morley sitting on the Library Board. And I'm so thankful to both of them for their unwavering support and guidance. I have to tell you that one of the most valuable attributes of service at TPL is the people who work at the library. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to publicly recognize all of the staff at TPL and their invaluable contributions to TPL and the city. Throughout the organization, it's the staff who make such a difference with their commitment to service, their compassion, and desire to improve the lives of the people they serve. TPL's success is based on the wonderful service all our staff provide, whether in public or support services. Staff make all the difference. I've also had the privilege to work with the most incredible senior leadership teams at TPL. We spend so much, my current team is sitting across the front there. We spend so much time together, go through the ups and downs of library life together, laugh and get through difficult times, always together. And together we've navigated challenges, things like, COVID and a cyber attack, celebrated successes, and most importantly, served our community with unwavering dedication and compassion. Recently, I was asked what I'm most proud of in my career, and this is a question that I think is almost impossible to answer, but a few things do come to mind. I would say that leaving now with TPL being able to achieve our open hours plan is certainly a huge highlight. We're excited about our new strategic plan and digital strategy. There are some great capital projects on the horizon, and the TPL Foundation is working really hard on wonderful opportunities that are so exciting and also very impactful. I also want to say that I'm very proud of the work that we've done to support intellectual freedom and equity. And if you'll indulge me just a few more moments, I'd like to talk about the important role of public libraries in supporting democratic values and freedoms. There are those who think of public libraries as simply book repositories, and while books are certainly the heart and soul of what we do, there is so much more to the importance of public libraries in terms of the range of services we offer, the accessible public space we provide, and the foundational values that guide the work that we do each and every day. Public libraries have been a democratizing force in the modern world. They do so by supporting literacy and a literate population, free and open access to a diversity of information and ideas and opinions, protecting intellectual freedom and personal privacy, preserving the past, and most recently, combating mis- and disinformation. And what we're seeing throughout the world today are more and more attacks on democratic values and freedoms, often targeting equity-deserving groups. I believe this is why public libraries are facing challenges and attacks on the work that we do. And so I'm really excited about a new TPL initiative we are building with the support of our foundation, which is TPL's Centre for Democracy. It will be a new space at the Toronto Reference Library that's focused on supporting civic engagement, programs and training on different aspects of democracy, and opportunities for people to come together to discuss and debate issues that are important to them. And I hope the Centre will prove to be a beacon that shines a light on the democratic role of public libraries, but more importantly, on the value and importance of democracy everywhere. This idea of public libraries and their role in promoting and protecting democratic values and freedoms is absolutely nothing new. Almost 90 years ago, my predecessor was advocating for this very thing. In an excerpt from an annual report published for the Toronto Public Library Board titled Reading in Toronto 1942, and written in the midst of a world war being fought to protect our democratic freedoms, TPL's then Chief Librarian Charles R. Sanderson shared his view with members of the Toronto Public Library Board on the essential and enduring role that public libraries play in supporting a democratic society. So in 1942, Sanderson wrote, "In our annual report of a year ago, we presented a statement of our faith in the public library as a pivot of democracy. That faith remains. It can be restated by saying that if a community is permitted to think, and democracy rests its case on this, it must have books. And books mean libraries, and libraries for most of us mean public libraries. We still believe with full sincerity that the job of book provision for the fundamental purpose of making it possible for ourselves to think with intellectual honesty, to think with informed minds, remains the primary job of public libraries, even in wartime. Without this, the rest is futility." So I have to tell you, since discovering this statement, I've kept these words close to me. They're actually on a bulletin board by my desk in my office. And this statement in 1942 is as true today as it was then, and just as important as during World War II. My faith is that public libraries and all those who work in them and all those who lead them and all those who fund and support them and all those who use them with all of their tenacity, resilience, passion, and beliefs, they will guide the way to a better future for us all, where residents are more engaged in civic life and have strong social connections, where everyone has the opportunity to be successful and no one is left behind, and where our democracy, our freedom, our values are strong and thrive even when under threat. So to conclude, I just want to thank all of you so very much for giving me this time, for this wonderful, wonderful recognition as I retire, and especially for your belief in the importance of public library service in this great, great city. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, you would like to make an announcement at this time?
Thank you, Speaker. I actually have two announcements. So the first announcement is I'd like to take a moment to share something meaningful with members of Council. At our last Scarborough Community Council, we officially adopted my motion to rename Rosebank Park in Scarborough North to Cynthia Lai Park at the last meeting, a meaningful tribute to her legacy in Scarborough North. Councillor Lai was a remarkable leader who served the people of Scarborough North with dedication, determination, and a deep commitment to building an inclusive city. This renaming ensures that her legacy is permanently honored in the community she worked so hard to uplift. I now serve the same ward she once led, and I'm proud to carry on many of the initiatives she started, such as Ojibwe. Cynthia Lai Park will stand as a living reminder of her vision and of her work, and we are looking forward to officially opening the park with her family and staff and supporters later this year in the fall. The second announcement I have is I want to take a moment to acknowledge Black July, a painful and powerful time of remembrance for Toronto's Tamil community. In July 1983, thousands of Tamils in Sri Lanka were killed in anti-Tamil violence. That tragedy forced many to flee, and it's why so many Tamil families and neighbors found safety and built new lives in Canada. Black July is not just about remembering loss. It's also about honoring survival, resilience, and the pursuit of justice. In Scarborough North, I've heard many of these stories firsthand. I've seen the strength of our friends and neighbors of the Tamil community, and our community stands united with them in marking this moment, not just as history, but as a reminder of the work we still have to do to build a city free of hate, discrimination, and violence. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Pasternak, you're not ready, correct? Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to welcome to the council chamber summer interns of the Canadian Jewish Political Actions Affairs Committee, commonly known as CJPAC. It's a national multi-partisan organization with the mandate to engage Jewish Canadians and allies in the democratic process and foster active political participation. Since 2006, CJPAC's fellowship program has helped more than 450 university students foster relationships within Canadian politics. CJPAC also visits 15 summer camps and meets with over 1,000 campers to educate them about the democratic process and how important it is to get involved. They are a key organization getting young people involved in politics, something this country desperately needs. Their leader is Mitchell Gould, and these are summer interns working in their various networks. So please welcome members of CJPAC. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? That's later. Petitions are done later on in the agenda. Okay. When I get to it. Okay. Thank you. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Councillor Sachs, do you want to read the motion, please?
It was there a second ago. Something about that council approved the minutes. There we are. The City Council confirmed the minutes from the regular meeting held on June 25th and June 26th, 2025 in the form supplied to the members.
Thank you. All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, there is an administrative inquiry under Council's procedure. City Council can receive an administrative inquiry for information or refer it to a Council committee. We have administrative inquiry 32.1 from Councillor Matlow regarding the allocation of Parks and Recreation funding. The answer to this inquiry from the General Manager, Parks and Recreation, has been posted with the Council agenda on the City's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Councillor Matlow?
Yes.
What are you doing?
To move it.
To receive it?
To receive it,
Okay,
yeah.
Councillor Matlow is moving to receive it. On favor? Carried. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce their reports, and the chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Chow, you have a motion to introduce the Executive Committee report.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I rise to introduce the agenda for meeting 25th of the Executive Committee, that the report from the meeting listed on the agenda be presented for consideration. We had a very busy meeting. Over 60 people came out to speak about Rapid TO, the dedicated bus lanes plan. They shared feedback to why it's very important, what it means to their lives, and especially cutting down commute time. And they had suggestions on how to make it better. And the majority of the speakers asked us to speed it up and get people moving faster. This is going to be my first key item today, and I look forward to taking action to speed up these public transit initiative in time for the FIFA World Cup.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a motion to introduce the Audit Committee report.
Good morning. Yes, I do. Thank you, Speaker, that the report from meeting 9 of the Audit Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Members, there are 17 items from the Audit Committee, a bit longer than usual, and I can tell you it was a very long audit meeting. We went through so many rounds of additional questions, I think I lost count. But that actually is a sign of good work. So there's a number of audits on this agenda that I would say are cyclical in nature. Those are many of the financial statements, Those are related to financial statements, the appointment of external auditors, and a report on the AG's office. But I would point to your attention a few subject matter audits. The first, of course, is winter maintenance. I have no doubt that we'll have questions on that subject at this meeting. A very important report on utility cuts that attracted the interest of the audit committee members. A report on the governance related to FIFA. Some excellent work about hydro invoicing costs and the discovery of an issue that was found through the public service, and a great deal of money was cost avoided, and an interesting audit on low dollar purchases. And finally, there is a management report on parks. I know people are interested in that, and that provides some insight on progress, and of course, an audit that went through the TTC. So members, most definitely, I know there's a lot there. The committee did a lot of work to get that to this meeting, but some of those subject matter audits are very important and no doubt will be the basis of discussion today. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report.
I do, Madam Speaker, that the report from the meeting 26 of the Board of Health listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Good morning, Madam Speaker, and to members of Council. So earlier this month, the Board of Health received a mid-pilot update from the Downtown Community Outreach Response and Engagement Team, we referred to as the CORE team. The Downtown CORE team is designed to address the complex health needs of individuals in the Downtown Core and provides proactive support to improve access to health and social services. Led by a team of public health nurses and supported by a primary care specialist, the program provides short-term case management, health and social services referrals, as well as overdose and substance use responses. To complement this team of public health professionals, the Toronto Police Service has dedicated specially trained community-oriented police supervisors and constables to support and enhance the safety of everyone involved, including clients receiving care, the team's public health professionals during their interactions with vulnerable community members when necessary, and the general public. All team members have received training in trauma-informed practices, harm reduction, and healing-centered engagement to create environments that support well-being for individuals. During the first 5 months of implementation, the CORE team had nearly 4,000 client engagement, including 240 that were client-initiated. This speaks to the level of comfort clients already have with the team. In several cases, individuals have progressed from initial engagement to completing referrals, accessing medical care, and starting substance use treatment or submitting housing application. From these early outcomes, I'm very optimistic about the continued positive impact of the CORE team. Today, we are seeking council authorization for the team to continue operating. We're also bringing forward a recommendation for the appointment of the Toronto Next Medical Officer of Health. If adopted here, we will seek approval from the Minister of Health to confirm the appointment. The hiring panel carried out an extensive hiring process, and I am confident that the successful candidate will lead Toronto Public Health with expertise, care, and commitment to advancing health equity. Special thank you to Mayor Chow, Councillor Bravo, Director Chandrabalan, and Dr. Zhao for your commitment to this process, as well as to Phelps Group and Toby Matthew for your support as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, you have a motion to introduce the Civic Appointments Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, that the report for meeting 27 of the Civic Appointments Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have a motion to introduce the corporation's nominating panel report.
Yes, I do, Speaker. Have it up on my screen. There it is. The report for meeting 20 of the corporation's nominating panel listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Okay. Thank you.
Infrastructure?
Did you want to speak on it or?
No?
No,
I'm
okay,
fine.
thank you.
I just have,
Pardon?
I don't know when you're calling on me for the infrastructure.
When I get to it.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Councillor Bravo, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
I do. I move that the report for meeting 22 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Just want to briefly point out that this was a very rich and robust meeting. Highlights include the rat response plan that I've, Deputy Mayor Morley moved that Infrastructure and Environment Committee. It's been a great piece of work, lots of validation from experts and great interest from the public on how we manage the Toronto's perfect rat storm with climate change and construction. The second piece is the business license and permit application action plan. This is a huge labor of love as well, I would say, for staff, for an opportunity to cut red tape for small businesses, support them in their work, and stimulate the local economy by doing some really important common sense changes to how we license businesses and incentivize a robust local economy. The Toronto's Early Years and Childcare Services Plan is a strategic document that's going to set up some important reporting in the fall, and the Childcare Working Table, which I chair, which convenes everyone in the sector. So this was an important document for putting our Toronto Children's Services in a good path. Say that the updated period reported in.
Councillor Ainsley,
Sorry, Chair, Councillor Bravo had a...
Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the General Government Committee report.
I do, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move that the report from meeting number 23 of the General Government Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have a motion to introduce Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Yes, I do, Speaker. Thank you very much. That the report for meeting 23 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. And we had a very active discussion with the great committee that I'm honored to chair, with mechanical litter picking coming in, recommendation to bring that in-house, looking at when the long-term recycling program of the City of Toronto will be taken over by the province and how we will fix that or work with that. There's a lot of discussion. Cycling network and missing sidewalks, ramps, making sure that we're standardizing and assisting to get ramps into all the businesses, small businesses in particular. Public vehicle charging, delivery, very interesting conversation there and more to come. And then fossil fuel advocacy advertising on our city assets, how we should approach that. So I'd like to move that, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
Good morning, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 23 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Committee Council report.
Thank you, Speaker, that the report from meeting 24 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 25 of North York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. I'd just like to highlight one item that was on our agenda, item 25.31, and is the renaming of the Balmoral Park to Michael Mostyn Park. So, Community Council endorsed the renaming of Balmoral Park in honor of the late Michael Mostyn, who, when he passed away at the age of 50 from cancer, was the Chief Executive Officer of B'nai B'rith Canada, a leading human rights organization. Michael was a person of wisdom, optimism, strength. He put all his energy into his family, his community, our city, and our country, ensuring we had a safer, more hopeful Canada. He worked tirelessly to ensure his values helped keep Toronto a place of high purpose, and he was a part of the social capital that we rely on. I knew Michael mostly through his advocacy and community lens. Michael understood very early the dangers and warnings of the rising hate and anti-Semitism in our city. He fully understands the early warning signs to the hate we can see on our streets today, the dangers of spreading hate through social media, and the importance of the rule of law. Michael knew there was also real social needs in our community: poverty, housing insecurity, and seniors' isolation. I saw firsthand B'nai B'rith's food bank and met the hardworking volunteers making sure dozens of seniors in need were not without food on the Jewish Sabbath and beyond. He invited me to the clothing donation giveaway where those in need could come and select. Elected officials from all levels of government and all political stripes came to drop off gifts to the B'nai B'rith food drive. And he worked hard to give the mostly seniors residents of the buildings of B'nai B'rith managed the respect and dignity that they deserve, programming, and a warm, dignified environment. Loneliness and isolation were not going to be felt by the residents at the B'nai B'rith buildings. Michael led an organization that was founded on providing affordable housing, filling the crucial need in our city. I sat on various community liaison groups with Michael, such as the Chief of Police Jewish Community Consultative Committee, and each time Michael spoke, everyone listened. He was a valued opinion and an important message. He was front and center in leading the efforts to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization and promoting provinces and city to adopt the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. Michael was a regular at City Hall, deputing on important issues of our various committees, joining us at times of celebration of Israel, Jewish holidays, and remembrance, and reaching out to the elected representatives of all three levels of government to spread the important message of watching for the dangers of hate and the scourge of anti-Semitism. Michael understood that the new front in fighting hate was at the local level, at cities and towns, and he knew that to succeed in the war against hate, he needed a multi-faith approach and supporters from all levels of government. Michael was a panelist at Voices for Peace, a partnership with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamal at Canada, proving that outreach and talking is the best way to promote social cohesion. Michael spoke truth to power and ruffled some feathers along the way. But the deafening silence we have these days remind us that what a strong voice he was. He called out hateful speakers, flawed government policy, silent politicians, and those who felt letting things blow over was not the best approach. He was not afraid to call out those in society who would not act, in society who would incite. He praised police when the job was well done and pointed out when there was work to do. His outreach was legendary, knowing that multi-faith coalitions and dialogue was the route to social cohesion and social capital. Charities and nonprofits had to fill that crucial role in society. Michael knew the government could not do it alone, and when dozens of newcomers were moved to the sidewalks, were on the sidewalks of Peter Street, it was the Tabernacle Church of York Centre that gave them a safe place to stay. B'nai B'rith was the first on the scene offering help. The Balmoral Park is a most fitting tribute. He frequented the park with his son and daughter, nieces and nephews. The community that he represents has embraced this park as a wonderful gathering space for community and solace. He received, the renaming received over 100 letters of endorsement. Michael's goal was simple yet noble: to bring light when there was darkness, embrace the never-ending mission of Tikkun Olam, repairing the world, so that everyone can pray in peace and live in hope. In the end, whether you were part of his loving family, a resident of one of the B'nai B'rith buildings, a member of another faith that Michael reached out to, or part of the political class that he engaged in, this mensch, we have known, the great work that he has done will be forever remembered, and the renaming of this park is certainly a lasting tribute. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
I do, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting number 24 of Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. I'm asking for everybody's support on this Scarborough Community Council meeting. Two things I just wanted to raise. One was, as Councillor Myers already acknowledged, we did change the name of a park in honor of our colleague, Councillor Cynthia Lai. It's a small thing that we could do on behalf of her family. And Cynthia, who worked so diligently in her ward for the residents of her ward, was a strong advocate for her residents here in the council chambers. I still get residents all the time in her ward that speak very highly of her, of all the work that she did advocating for the people of Scarborough North. The second item that we dealt with is the Scarborough Centre secondary plan. The secondary plan is composed of the northern parts of my ward and Councillor Thompson's ward, looking at the planning and the implications, in particular around the impacts of the extension of the Scarborough subway line. I would like to acknowledge Councillor Thompson for his work, all the work that we've done on that secondary plan. In particular, last week we were at a groundbreaking at 21 Borough Drive for a piece of property for Oxford Properties is putting up. And just to kind of summarize it, so this development marks Scarborough's first major rental housing project in decades. It's the largest single-phase purpose-built rental development now under construction in Toronto. It was backed by a $650 million federal loan guarantee through the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation's apartment construction loan program. The funding represents the largest loan issued under this program to date for a Toronto area project. I'm hoping it will be one of the lead projects in the Scarborough secondary plan around what's now the Scarborough Town Centre, or STC as my kids all like to refer to it now. And I'd just like to acknowledge Councillor Thompson for all of his work bringing this project forward to this stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
I do, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 24 of Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business and business previously requested from the mayor and city officials? Councillor Thompson, would you like to move that one for me?
Yes, Speaker, good morning. That new business and business previously requested from the mayor and city officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. And remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest to city clerk. Councillor Coe, I believe that you have one. Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to declare an interest in reference to Executive Committee EX 25.4, Rapid TO Transit Priority on Dufferin and Bathurst Street. Since my son Josh is employed by the TTC, I would like to declare an interest on that matter.
Thank you. So you'll submit it into the clerk, correct?
Right, I have.
You have, okay, thank you. Are there any further declarations? Okay, Councillor Moyes.
Madam Speaker, on item EC 22.6, proposed licenses and regulation for animal-related businesses. I own a pet food store in the downtown core that also provides grooming.
Okay, and you'll submit in your form?
Yes, I will.
Thank
and
you.
Also, I need to release the hold that I have on the item. You see that?
Well, I think when we get to it, you can release
No,
it, okay?
I'm releasing it now because
Okay.
it's not my item.
Thank you. Are there any? Okay, Councillor Perruzza, I'm having difficulty in hearing. Any further declarations? Councillor Bradford, then Councillor Cheng. Just one sec. Councillor Bradford.
Okay, thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to declare an interest on NY 25.6, 2674, 2704 Yonge Street and 19 Alexandra Boulevard, OPA and zoning bylaw amendment decision report approval. I have an interest on this. The nature is that my wife is a planner on this file, and I've submitted the conflict of interest forms on the item to clerks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For item EX 25.4, Rapid TO, transit priority on Dufferin Street and Bathurst, I have a real or apparent interest in the matter under Article 8 of the Code of Conduct for Members of Council. As this is not an interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, I understand it will not be recorded in the Declarations of Interest Registry, but will be noted in the minutes, and I will leave the chamber for this portion of the meeting. Thank you.
Are there any further? Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. I have to declare an interest in EX 25.6, Mayor's Economic Action Plan in response to United States tariffs. My spouse works for a U.S. company that does business with the public sector.
Okay. Did the staff get that one?
I've already submitted it to the staff, and I will leave the room for that debate.
Yep. Do you submit it in the form, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. Are there any further declarations of interest? Okay. I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and apologies about earlier. I misunderstood the order. So today I stand with some petitions to bring forward to the floor of council. I'm in receipt of about 250 petitions on behalf of the Mute Swan Society. The Mute Swan Society is an all-volunteer community of Ontarians, Canadians, and others around the world who enjoy, admire, and value mute swans. Mute swans are the orange-beaked water birds that have been a subject of art and symbol of beauty and love. They are admired for their lasting pair bonds and the care both parents give to raising their young. Today, we have 3 species of swans in Toronto: the trumpeter swan, occasional tundra swan, and of course the mute swan. Trumpeter and tundra swans are native to Canada, while the mute swan is not. The mute swan was introduced to North America through parks and zoos by European settlers in the 1870s. These swans then escaped and began living in natural areas around the country. Since taking office, I've been engaged with the Mute Swan Society in a number of meetings that have been dedicated, and they have worked in a dedicated way regarding this issue about how population control is carried out along the waterfront, and have voiced their concerns regarding the practices, including this petition that I'm tabling today. The current practices include oiling mute swan eggs to prevent their hatchlings as a way to manage the population. I've learned a lot through many discussions with folks at the Toronto Region Conservation Authority, the Canadian Wildlife Service, and the Toronto Wildlife Centre, as well as the Mute Swan Society, to ensure that I fully understand the issue. I've learned that, unfortunately, this current practice of population control is critically important for the overall health of our ecosystem. Wildlife experts at TRCA and CWS have underscored to me that without population control management, mute swans will move into smaller wetland habitats and place strain on the ecosystem. In the absence of population management, TRCA is concerned that urban mute swan populations could significantly increase, putting more stress on our urban wetland and sensitive aquatic systems. Although we're not taking any formal action here today, I do want to acknowledge and really appreciate the dedicated effort, the care and compassion of the volunteers who've taken the time to put this petition together and for their ongoing work and advocacy. This kind of care and concern for our environment and ecosystem inspires me on a daily basis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll submit that for the clerks.
Councillor Myers, you have a petition?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm pleased to introduce a petition submitted by TTC riders in support of dedicated bus and streetcar lanes on Dufferin Street and Bathurst Street as part of the Rapid TO initiatives. This petition, which was signed by over 4,200 people, reflects the voices of riders across the city who rely on reliable, fast, and safe public transit, and who understand that transit priority means more than convenient. It means cleaner air, safer streets, and making getting around Toronto more affordable. I'll have more to say on this item when it comes up later in the agenda, but I wanted to thank TTC riders and the many residents, the thousands of residents, in fact, who signed this petition for making their voices on transit priority heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, you have a petition?
I do. And it's a petition from folks who live in the Oakdale Village in my ward. And this petition is principally here because of, bad planning, as it were. This is a subdivision built along Highway 400. It's basically landlocked and is only able to empty out into an industrial road, an industrial thoroughfare that runs parallel to 400 with no buffer or barrier, Speaker. And this petition is signed by 123 people living in that neighborhood because it's woefully underserviced by transit. And the petition reads as follows. Whereas the 119 Torbury bus service is severely limited on weekdays and does not run at all on weekends. Whereas many members of the community depend upon this bus for shopping, work, and school. Whereas car ownership in Toronto is becoming increasingly unaffordable. Car ownership becoming increasingly unaffordable, leaving public transit as the most financially practical option for many families that will have to walk half a kilometer, some of them, to get to the bus stop. Bad planning. We, the undersigned, petitioned the Toronto Transit Commission as follows: to expand the 119 Torbury weekday bus service and begin servicing the route on Saturday and Sunday. And it's signed by all of these good folks. And I'm going to affix my signature to this as well because I agree with them, Speaker.
Thank you. All those in favor of receiving the petitions, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, members of council, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 32.7, review of the order paper. If council adopts any amendments to the order paper, they will also be posted with this item. We have two deferred items before us today, items NY 24.4 and DM 32.1. The mayor has designated item EX 25.4, Rapid TO Transit Priority on Dufferin Street and Bathurst Street, as their first key matter and first item of business today. The mayor has designated item PH 23.3, advancing 6 sites for the Homeless Services Capital Infrastructure Strategy, as their second key matter and first item of business tomorrow. The notice of motion run-through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. Members, there are some related matters on the agenda that I propose to be considered together if they are held. Item EX 25.5, AU 9.6, relating to the winter maintenance program. And Councillor Cheng, you wish to bring items forward to the council agenda? Councillor Cheng?
Yes, I'm just waiting for the motion on the screen. That in accordance with Section 27-7.10 of Municipal Code Chapter 27, Council Procedures, City Council remove the following items from the Civic Appointments Committee and bring the items forward to City Council for consideration. CA 28.1, headed Appointment of a Public Member to the Toronto Public Library Board, and CA 28.2 headed Appointment of a Public Member to the Toronto Zoo Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. So these items will be brought forward and held in Councillor Chang's name. Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. CA 27.1, appointment of two public members to the Two-Spirit, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Advisory Committee, and the Chief People Officer has submitted a supplementary report on this item with a recommendation. PH 23.5, from concept to construction, creating more homes across the housing. Mayor Chow has submitted correspondence related to this item. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold, and I will now go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold, and I will go through the agenda one section at a time. Councillor Perks, you were standing?
Yes, I noticed that you've done the joining items together part. There were some other ones that I think need to be joined together.
We'll do that after.
Oh, okay, it's just that you had done the two, so
we'll
I thought now was the appropriate
Sorry.
time.
Okay. Okay, we have the deferred item, the two deferred items. Yeah, NY 24.4 and then DM 32.1. Yeah, so NY 24.4, it's here without a recommendation, so I need somebody to hold the item down. Councillor Chang. Okay. And then DM 32.1, 579 Glen Cairn. Anybody? Councillor Cole, this is your ward. It was deferred from the last meeting. Pardon? Okay, that's what I'm asking. You're going to hold it down. Okay?
Yes.
Executive Committee. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold EX 25.6, Mayor's Economic Action Plan in response to the United States tariffs update to Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Chow.
EX 25.31, a better way to replace your furnace, helping homeowners switch to heat pumps.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, Executive Committee.
Sorry, that item is in another area.
Okay. Are there any further holds on the Executive Committee? All right. So we'll go now to audit. Any holds on audit? I believe Councillor Sachs.
Yes, audit 9.12, please.
9 point what?
12.
9.12?
Audit of parks, branches, operations.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further holds on audit? No? Okay. That's why I said it 3 times, Councillor. Okay. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. AU 9.9, FIFA World Cup 2026.
AU 9.9. Okay, thank you. All right, we'll go to the Board of Health now. No? Okay. Okay, just one sec. Okay, Councillor Moyes?
I'm going to hold HL 26.1 for a technical amendment, according to staff. Can I move it now, or do I have to, can I move it?
Yeah, you can, yeah.
If staff has it, I'll move
Well,
it
hold
now.
on, let us put it on the screen first. Okay, there it is.
Okay, I'm going to move that item.
Okay. On HL 26.1, Councillor Moyes is moving the amendment. On favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. Civic appointments. We already held that down. Corporations nominating panel. You would like to hold that? Okay, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Chang?
I'm happy to release my civic appointments item, CA 28.1 and CA 28.2. I don't need to hold them.
Which one?
CA 28.1 and CA 28.2. We introduced them because we recently held the meeting, and so they don't need to be held.
Is it?
Oh.
Okay, I think you should wait until we do a quick release because we just introduced them. Okay, so economic development is next. Everything has been held down but two. So, Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, it's not me.
Well, I got your name up there.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, any holds? No? Okay. General Government Committee. Any holds on general government? No? We're at general government. Councillor Ainslie, we're at general government. Everything's okay? No holds, right? Okay, all right. I just want to make sure people are listening. Okay. Infrastructure and Environment Committee. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'll just hold IE 23.2 and IE 23.7 and IE 23.1, please.
What was that last one?
23.1.
23.1. Okay, thank you. Any further holds? No, okay. Planning and housing. Councillor Perks.
Yes, I'm going to try to do two things. First, PH 23.1, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, the Garden Suite Monitoring Program. There's a supplementary, and Councillor Holiday says it's not quick. Okay. And PH 23.2, 3725 Bloor Street West, City-initiated bylaw amendment decision report.
You're holding that one down.
Yeah, I'd like to release it.
Yeah, because your name's already on it.
Yeah, I'm trying to release it.
Oh, you're trying to release it?
Yeah.
Okay. PH 23.2, 3725 Bloor Street, Councillor Perks is releasing. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Any further holds on planning and housing? Okay, if you do, can you please put your name on the list? Councillor Crisanti.
Good, I'll do that. Thank you, Speaker. So PH 23.14, City Foundation Drainage Policy.
Okay, thank you. Any further holds? No. Oh, Councillor Chang. Councillor Chang.
Oh, sorry, actually, you can remove my name. Sorry about that.
Etobicoke York Community Council. North York Community Council. Councillor Chang.
I'd like to hold NY 25.10, 5799-5915 Yonge Street and 46 and 47 Averill Crescent. Official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Cole.
To hold NY 25.6, 2674-2704 Yonge Street and 19 Alexander Boulevard. Official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, decision report. I could move that for a vote on a quick release here. Recorded vote.
I'm sorry, Councillor Cole. What is?
Yes.
Okay, his white mic is on. Oh, yeah. So on NY 25.6, Councillor Cole is asking for a recorded vote. Recorded. There's a motion. Okay, there's a motion, Councillor Cole, that you need to move on it. Supplementary report. It's not a quick release, Councillor Cole. There's a supplementary report as well that you need to.
Move it? Yeah, recorded vote. I'll be happy to move. Yeah.
Okay, so Councillor Cole is moving the report. Oh, Councillor, hold on, Councillor Perks.
Yes, I'd be happy to move the supplementary report.
Okay, and there is we're gonna have a recorded vote on this one because there's a conflict. Okay, on the supplementary report, recorded vote.
Councillor Pertsa, please. Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Pertsa, please. The motion carries. The vote is unanimous, 23 in favor.
Okay, now we have to do item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, can we have your vote, please? Councillor Pertsa, please. Mayor Chow, please. The item as amended carries. The vote is 21-2.
Okay. Councillor Bradford, you can come back in now. Are there any further holds on North York? Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold North York 25.4, 123 Garrett Boulevard.
Thank you. Any further holds? No. Okay, we'll go to Scarborough. Scarborough. Councillor Candeval.
I'd like to hold SC 24.2.
Any further holds? Toronto and East York. Councillor Sachs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are 3 items on 126 Avenue Road, TE 24.5, TE 24.6, TE 24.7.
You already held them down.
Oh, okay, I didn't show on my list. Okay, great. And the other one I wanted to hold is 32 Old George. It's TE 24.22.
2 Old George Place?
Yes.
Okay, I'll put your name down.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to try to release a few items. Item TE 24.1, 1930 to 1938 Bloor Street, and 3, 5, and 21 Quebec Avenue rental housing demolition application decision report.
Okay, so Councillor Perks would like to release T 24.1. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
TE 24.2, 340 through 376R Dufferin Street and 2 Melbourne Avenue, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment.
Okay, on T 24.2, Councillor Perks is releasing. On favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried.
And finally, TE 24.3, 358 through 360 Dufferin Street, including structure address at 350 Dufferin Street, alterations to and demolition of heritage attributes of designated heritage property under sections 33 and 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement.
On favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
One of the longest, yes.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker, holding TE 24.66. Thank you. Ontario Line construction update.
Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you. I'd like to hold TE 24.45, transit priority measures to support transit diversions during King Street West and Dufferin Street intersection closure.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to new business now. New business. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to release CC 32.17, 321 to 355 Symington Avenue and 350 Campbell Avenue, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing request for directions.
Hold on. You're releasing CC 32.17?
Correct.
Okay. I thought I heard somebody say hold. Everyone is okay. So on CC 32.17, Councillor Bravo is releasing. On favor? Carry. Okay. Any others? Councillor Bravo? No?
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Any further holds on new business? Councillor Perk.
Yes, I would like to release CC 32.11, expanding housing option. Oh, not quick. Councillor Holiday evidently wants to know more. I'll keep holding it. Stephen, you know who the appellant?
Okay, are there, Councillor Bradford?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, are we doing new business? Yeah.
We're doing new business.
Okay, clerks has presented this for me, CC 32.26, and I can just move this on behalf of Toronto Preservation Board.
Hold on, what item was it?
CC 32.26.
Danforth Avenue?
Yeah, and this is just something that comes from.
Do you have the motion? Do you have the
Yep.
motion?
Yep.
Okay, let's put the motion on the screen.
The City Council adopt the following recommendation in the transmittal from the Toronto Preservation Board.
Okay, the amendments on the screen on 32.26 on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended on favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, please, Speaker, CC 32.12, 66 O'Creman Street, formerly 309 Cherry, and CC 32.18, O'Quayman, Minising, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing request for direction. Thank you.
Okay, you'll hold those two items down, okay?
Did you? I bet. You know all the secrets there.
Can I have some quiet, please? Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Chang. Please wait until we go through the order paper. Councillor Burnside, please. Okay, members. Okay, what's going on? What is all the noise in here? Can people please take their seats? What? Hold on. Okay, members, before we... Councillor Moyes.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I was just informed by the clerks that for item HL 26.1, they want to add an additional amendment to the motion. So we need to, I guess, reopen it and add the amendment.
Okay, on favor of reopening the item, on favor carried. Okay, if you can move the additional amendment.
Staff has the missing piece.
Okay, on favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Item. Okay, there it's on the screen. On the additional, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, members, before we adopt the order paper, we will conduct recorded votes on those items for members that declared an interest.
We adopt the order paper once and for all. Can I suggest, I don't want to do specific timing, but just before we adopt the order paper, there is some discussion. People have some challenges with the council schedule that's on the agenda today. Can I suggest that people use the lunch hour to confer with staff and clerks? Because if I'm being asked to vote on changes, I'll want to know if they're okay with the people who authored the schedule as it stands right now. Yeah.
Members of council, if they want to talk to each other at lunch hour.
I expect you to spend 5 minutes over lunch. I think we should know that we're not creating new problems by solving one problem.
Yeah.
So can I suggest that that's sometime after lunch, and if you have a change, that you make sure that it works in a variety of ways before moving it? Because otherwise we'll be making very uninformed votes and causing knock-on effects.
Okay, councillors, if you want to speak during your lunch hour,
Exactly.
That's, okay. Okay. Well, I thought you, was it? Okay, Councillor Moyes, on EC 22.6, apparently you have a conflict. And so we need to, you held the item down, so you shouldn't have held it down if you have a conflict. But anyway, okay. EC 22.6, proposed licensing regulations for animal-related businesses. So if you can just, well, let's do a recorded vote on that.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Can we have your vote? And Councillor Burnside. Councillor Matlow, please.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. And Councillor Perruzza, please.
Madam Speaker, can we have your vote, please?
The item carries. The vote is unanimous, 22 in favor.
Okay, members of council, I will now consider requests to make items urgent and time specific. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a number of things that I'd like to do, both in terms of joining items and in terms of setting time specific. First, I want to confirm that you did join EX 25.5 and AU 9.6 already? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to propose that we join, excuse me, 4 items, all of which have to do with our affordable housing plan. EX 25.1, building faster, streamlining housing delivery. PH 23.5, from concept to construction, getting more homes across the housing continuum. PH 23.6, missing middle housing implementation initiative. And finally, should referral be waived, MM 32.5, creating more affordable housing options in our neighborhoods. I propose they all be dealt with as one.
Okay, so does the staff have all that?
And I'll have an additional couple motions after this.
On favor? Okay, Councillor Holiday wants to be recorded, recorded vote. Okay, recorded vote. Okay, I want to remind members of council, we're in the middle of a vote, so we don't walk around when we're voting. You have to be at your seat. Okay, the motion is on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cantabel, can we have your vote, please?
The motion to combine those items carries. The vote is 21-3.
Speaker, thank you. I now have three motions to make things time specific. The first motion is to make AU 9.7, which is the utility cuts item, the first item after the mayor's first key item.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Perks, all in favor, carried.
Thank you. The second is to make EX 2531, which is the furnace replacement program, the first item after the mayor's second key item.
On favor, carried.
And my third and final motion is to take that great big bundle of joy of all the housing motions and have that be the second item after the mayor's second key item.
On favor, which could be Friday.
Not if I have anything to say about it, Speaker.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, on favor, I voted myself. On favor, because nobody's listening to me anyway. Councillor Fletcher.
Hi, Speaker. Thank you. AU 9.9, that is FIFA World Cup 2026, Toronto Governance Lessons Learned for Bidding and Planning. I'd like to have that as the first item tomorrow morning, please. Because the Integrity Commissioner's been invited, and he only has a certain time that he can be here.
So, Councillor Fletcher, that time slot has already been taken.
Okay, then first item after first item after 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. How's that?
Well, I guess we can try.
I just want to work around his schedule, and because he can not be here 3 to 4 on Thursday afternoon, and I guess we could have it later today.
Okay, all right, we'll try. On favor, carried. Councillor Pasternak, you have a timed item? I don't know if we have any time left.
Well, this is the thing. It looks like this is going into August.
Yeah.
But North York 25.4, 123 Garrett Boulevard, I believe the first item after members' motions or the third item after the mayor's second key item are both available. I don't know whether that's correct or not. 25.4, NY 25.4.
The third item after the mayor's key item? Okay. On favor? Carried. You have to make advance reservations for your time, eh? Yeah. Councillor Morley, What timed item do you want?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, not a timed item. I just wanted to place a hold on item MM 32.16.
We're not at members' motion.
Tomorrow. We'll just put my hold
Tomorrow, that's tomorrow.
Thank you.
Councillor Mantis, we're doing timed items right now.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Yes, we are. MM 32.31, I would like to have it at 2 p.m.
We haven't gone through the members' motions yet.
What's the
That's
timed item?
tomorrow.
Okay.
It hasn't been in, none of these motions have been introduced yet, so we can't hold them.
All right, thank you.
All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper as amended and all items not held, please raise your hands. All in favor, carried. Okay. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you, and I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, you and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk's staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency. Staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be clear. I have everybody just having conversations. And can you wait until we start the first item before you start talking? I will advise council each recess which motions I've agreed are urgent and that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda on this way is not subject to vote to waive referral or committee or agency. We will now go to the mayor's key item. Mayor's key item is EX 25.4. Please, everyone listen so you know what we're doing. It's the rapid TO transit policy on Dufferin Street and Bathurst Street. Do we have any questions to staff? Does anybody have any questions? We're at 25.4, transit priority on Dufferin Street. Okay. I hope everybody's listening because everybody seemed to have an issue earlier. So please put your name on the list. Councillor Sachs, questions to staff.
Yes, thank you. And I'm asking the clerk to put up the two images that I asked for, starting with North, please. Huh? Okay, right. So a question for the TTC. Just confirm, please, this is a chart that you prepared and it shows delays to the Bathurst northbound bus between Bloor and DuPont.
Through the speaker, that is a chart we prepared.
Right, and what it shows is that starting at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, we've got a big problem with the timeliness of the Bathurst northbound bus, correct?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
All right, and clerk, if you can bring up the southbound picture as well. But we don't Mr. Cole, we don't have the same problem southbound on this part of the
Okay,
bus.
sorry to interrupt, Councillor Sachs, but it is awfully noisy in here. I can't hear anything. Please sit at your desk. Councillor Mantis, I can't hear. Everybody's talking. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So this is now showing southbound, clearly shows we don't have nearly the same problem with the southbound Bathurst bus between Bloor and DuPont, correct?
Correct. Northbound in the PM is our most acute. We have challenges throughout the day, but northbound is the most acute.
Right, and it's, so this, and this adversely affects thousands, tens of thousands of TTC riders every day, right?
Through the speaker, yes, thousands, tens of, if not tens of thousands every day on the Bathurst bus.
Right, but the key issue we have in this particular little piece of Bathurst, we have a 5-hour-a-day problem one way, northbound. We don't have an acute 24-hour problem in both directions, right?
We have performance issues throughout the day. Volumes are growing throughout the day, but most acute in the PM peak going northbound.
Right. And the TTC experience on Dundas Street has shown that if parking and turn and signal changes, we can significantly improve a stuck surface transit, in that case the Dundas streetcar, without necessarily creating a dedicated lane.
Through the speaker, like on Dundas, any of those interventions do help our performance and help increase the speed and reliability of transit. A priority lane is obviously the ideal, but we can make progress with those tactics you described.
Right, and on for the Dundas streetcar, we had 3 very bad blocks. We were able to improve this, the westbound streetcar 21% with just parking and turn changes, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is it reasonable to expect that parking and turn restrictions on the east side of Bathurst could significantly improve the northbound bus?
Through the speaker, we think that those parking changes would improve performance going northbound.
Right, and we don't have to change parking on the west side of the street to improve the northbound bus, right?
For the northbound, correct.
Okay. So, and is the TTC doing everything it can to speed up the northbound bus in other ways?
Through the speaker, yes, the TTC is working right now on a specific pilot approach on improving performance targeted on Bathurst. So looking at ways to improve performance in any ways around our route management, adding extra street supervision, looking at using technology to improve performance. So yes, we are.
Right, but we also need assistance from the city to make changes on the road.
Through the speaker, yes, we operate in a corridor that the city regulates, and we would need help from the city to do that.
All right. Question for Transportation Services, please. As we discussed, you can have a report ready for the September 18th Toronto.ca Community Council, looking specifically at what we need to do to speed up the northbound Bathurst bus between Bloor and DuPont, right?
Through the speaker, that's correct. We've been already looking at those in conjunction with you and community members, so we would be prepared to report in September.
Right, and that will be based on the data from the TTC showing the huge difference in performance northbound and southbound.
Yes, we've been working very collaboratively with the TTC through this process.
Right. Now, you did help document that there is significant parking available in the George Brown parking lots, about 2 or 3 minutes walk north of DuPont, right?
That's correct.
But in the meantime, do you agree it's reasonable to try to speed up the Bathurst bus between Bloor and DuPont, or at least for the couple of blocks south of DuPont, with parking, turn, and signal restrictions before we go all the way to dedicated 24/7 bus lanes?
Yes, Transportation Services would certainly support interim measures for those sorts of improvements.
Okay. And in your report in September, will you also be considering time of days bus lanes or temporary bus lanes during FIFA?
That was your last question.
Given the direction through the mayor's motion at executive committee to look at very creative options, that would certainly be under consideration.
Thank you.
We're going to have quorum call because we don't have members of council in the council chambers. Yeah, quorum call. We don't have quorum. I don't know where they went, but they're not here.
Members of council, we've opened the roll call panel in CM. Please press the button to indicate your presence in the meeting. Councillor Ainsley, please.
Councillor Candeval?
Madam Speaker, there are 19 members present. We will change Councillor Ainsley to present for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, questions to staff.
Thank you. I have 6 questions, so I'm hoping for some short answers. In the area of Dufferin Street, where permit parking is currently allowed, south of Dufferin, Dundas Street West, there are currently 41 permit holders. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And there are approximately 88 spaces more than the number of permit holders who live within one block east and west of Dufferin, south of Dundas. Is that correct?
Yes.
Next. Through the design and consultation process, city staff identified that the parking lot currently used by Parks and Rec at 30 Bank Street could be used for overnight permit parking for local residents. This would create 19 new spaces. Can you confirm that staff will be working with my office on securing this for residents?
Through the Speaker, yes, we will, Councillor.
Thank you. Similarly, there are green pea spaces at 9 Bonner Place in an off-street lot that could also be used for overnight parking by permit holders. My motion adopted at executive request the TPA board to consider this request. Could the TPA confirm this is a feasible request pending board confirmation?
I don't believe the TPA is here, but we have been working closely with them, and I can confirm that.
Okay, so this is a realistic prospect as well. There are some concerns from local residents that new turn restrictions may lead to local traffic infiltration. Can transportation services confirm that we'll work with my office and local residents to address these concerns and introduce any needed proactive changes as directed by my motion at executive?
Yes, we have a robust monitoring plan, which you've contributed to, with additional streets for us to do before and after studies, and we would work closely with you to resolve any concerns that we see documented through those works.
Thank you for this, the safety dimension. On the safety question, I asked a question at executive about the relative harm that has been caused on Dufferin to individuals injured or killed in collisions. Can you confirm that this is overwhelmingly, and I think exclusively in the area study, that a person has been injured or killed has not involved a bus?
There were only 2 collisions involving a bus on the study areas for both Dufferin and Bathurst over the last 10 years. So certainly we have documented evidence that the bus operators, as experienced drivers, present a much less safety risk to people using the street.
Yeah, 2 out of about 119. Okay, thanks. For TTC, could you please share more details on the expected benefits in terms of speed and reliability that are expected on the 29 and 29 Dufferin after implementation?
Through the Speaker, we expect that the travel time on Dufferin will be 29% faster, and on Bathurst will be 13% faster. Reliability improvement on Dufferin reliability would increase by 14%, and reliability on Bathurst would increase by 17%. Obviously, we have to recalibrate these numbers based on what is the final configuration, but we would see a significant and meaningful increase for our customers.
But even if when we get to Wilson and we have the entire corridor, that is when we're going to realize the true savings in time. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, yes. That full corridor approach is when you realize the full benefits, and that would be the corridor up to Wilson.
Thank you. And could TTC confirm that any savings realized from efficiency of route operation will be reinvested back into the same routes from which the savings are realized? For example, if money saved from Dufferin will be invested into the 29 and 929 Dufferin service?
Through the speaker, that is the plan and the expectation, and that as service grows, we would need to reinvest in those areas because people would be attracted to faster, more reliable service.
So when people see a bus now, although they're pretty packed, and many of us have been a sardine on 29, 929, while we see them quite full, the purpose here is to see them a lot more, to have a lot more people taking this route. Is that correct?
Correct. Through the speaker, this would be a way to certainly drive ridership, and so we'd see more people being drawn to the faster, more reliable service, and in turn, then we would have to provide more buses for those people who are using it.
And how crucial is this north-south connection for more rapid transit? How important is it to the entire network, really?
These are critical routes. Notably, Dufferin is extremely high ridership with the 929 and the 29. And as we look at kind of a network approach to providing north-south service, Dufferin is a key corridor in that network.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Mott.
Thank you, Speaker. First, just a quick announcement. There are treats provided by Francesca's in Ward 23, nice Italian pastries that I invite my colleagues to try. So my first question is, how many riders are there on the 29 and 929 Dufferin?
Sorry, through the speaker, on the Dufferin 29 and 929, that serves over 40,000 riders a day.
40,000.
And Bathurst would be similar, just under at 35,000.
So that's 75,000 riders in total.
Through the speaker, correct.
Do we know how many drivers are using those same corridors during that period?
Through the speaker, about 20,000 vehicles a day, petering off to around 15,000 for the southern section.
So 15 to 20,000 vehicles a day versus 75,000 transit riders.
The counts are different because the counts on the streets for Dufferin and Bathurst, that's the counts per intersection, so it will vary, whereas the ridership is ridership for the entire route, off and on boardings. So I don't think it's an apples-to-apples comparison.
Fair enough. But in terms of priority, in terms of moving people, which mode of transport does staff think moves more people along those corridors? Is it transit or is it vehicles?
Transit is critical for a multimodal city with our kind of urban intensification.
So if we are to continue seeing increased population growth, and if we are continue trying to fight congestion, what should be the priority of the city and city councillors in terms of prioritization on the street?
Staff would take direction from City Council on the priority of allocation of roadway space, but our recommendation would be the one that is most efficient and serves the most people, which is transit.
So in terms of, we've gotten a lot of pushback from residents saying that they're losing parking, that there wasn't adequate consultation. Can staff just address some of those concerns and what has been done to address some of the concerns raised in terms of the amount of consultation and the loss of parking spaces?
Through the speaker, just to start off, the consultation process for Rapid-CO Bathurst and Rapid-CO Dufferin was certainly more accelerated than we would typically undertake this kind of a project. That being said, and the acceleration was on the direction from City Council for us to be able to bring forward recommendations for projects on these streets that would serve the city in time for the FIFA games. So that is the timelines under which it's working, but the work that was done on consultation was extensive. More than 15,000 people responded to surveys across the two corridors. There were in-person and online engagement opportunities, meetings with local businesses and stakeholders and residents associations. There was quite a bit of engagement, and that engagement informed a refined recommendation, which you see here before you in the report. We've made adjustments to what was proposed based on feedback that we heard, adjustments to loading and delivery space, adjustments to parking considerations, and more to come based on further council direction.
And is it fair to say that you did further consultations at the direction of the councillors in addition to the consultation that you had already done?
That's correct.
So this has been consulted to death. Is that a fair statement?
Consultation only makes our projects better, and we know that there will be more engagement to follow up on recommendations that came through executive committee for the sections of the streets that are not here before you north of Bloor, and we're happy to do that because it certainly makes the project land better in communities.
But somehow the notion that there wasn't enough consultation or any consultation, that's just not true.
There was certainly extensive consultation. We can't reach everyone, but we certainly do try.
And part of the reason for the accelerated timeline is that there is a need to get these lines prioritized to make sure that they are ready for FIFA. Just a quick question for TTC. What is being done to make sure that these routes will not see bunching and gapping as we've seen in other routes with transit priority?
Thanks for the question through the speaker. So the TTC, as directed by the board, has introduced a pilot to improve surface performance and to eliminate bunching and gapping or reduce it as much as possible. And the focus of that effort is right now, one of those routes is Bathurst and another one is Dufferin. So we're looking at enhanced street supervision, enhanced route management, and investing in those routes to make sure that right now, without the dedicated corridor, that the routes perform better, and that in addition if a dedicated corridor comes, that they would. In addition to that, we're looking at adding service to these routes in the fall as approved by the PTC with the 2025 budget. And so looking at adding more vehicles on those routes in the fall.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My first question is actually regarding FIFA. Now, this plan was first before the TTC board in 2019, 3 years before Toronto was declared a host city for FIFA. Why is this, and we did the Pan Am Games without these lanes, why is there this kind of, I don't know, obsession with FIFA? Because it was never really part of the original plan.
Speaker, I wouldn't call it an obsession. I would say that we know that FIFA is going to bring an enormous number of patrons to the city, and we have an opportunity to look at two corridors that can really take and manage a lot of that, of those people to the games and to the Fan Fest, which is going to be a critical piece for the city. So being able to speed that up with transit priority measures is helpful, especially in the connection of the subway to those venues. So even though it wasn't contemplated in 2019 because we didn't know we would be getting FIFA games in 2019, the ability to be flexible on this plan is important.
So we've made a number of different suggestions and tweaks over the years. For instance, having dedicated bus lanes on peak periods only, or having HOV lanes. They've worked very well on Dufferin Street, Allen Road, North. But there seems to be enormous resistance. Maybe this is a TTC question. Peak periods only and HOV lanes are not on the table.
Through the speaker, as you noted, there are peak period and HOV lanes across the city, and while they help, obviously harder to enforce and harder for us to operate within that environment to realize some of the performance improvements that priority lanes would deliver.
So EMS, fire, and police have always said minutes count. What has there been in response to taking out live lanes, or could they use these dedicated bus lanes in emergencies?
Police, fire, and emergency services would use the dedicated bus lanes, as would school buses, Wheel-Trans, and so it would serve more people than just the TTC.
So, but cyclists, motorcyclists?
For the bus lanes, cyclists would be permitted. For the streetcar lanes, that wouldn't be the advisable place to be on the road.
So many of the store owners say that if you take away my parking, you'll kill my store. Have you heard that response?
We spoke with many local businesses and have seen campaigns with that message. That was primarily a message, not entirely, but primarily a message from businesses on Bathurst north of Bloor, in which we are working with the local councillors based on the direction from executive committee to seek other solutions. But we have worked with businesses along the corridor and with local councillors' offices about identifying space for parking and loading to take place to support ongoing business operations where other alternative space is not available for that.
So intensification along the routes, has that been taken into consideration? In other words, some of these routes are not built up yet, but will be in the coming years. Has that been a factor in deciding whether to put in the dedicated bus lanes?
I would say for the routes that are under council consideration today, so for Bathurst and Dufferin south of Bloor, quite a bit of intensification has already taken place, and while more will continue, I think that the traffic impact studies for those projects would rely on a significant portion of the mode share of trips to be from transit.
What is the budget for what's before us? How much have we allocated? How much is TTC allocated to get this done?
Through the speaker, right now, I'll get you that number, but right now TTC's budget allocation has just been through staff time. There's no actual capital costs on this, and so we can get you that combined TTC city capital number.
Okay, fair enough. And is it in the capital budget for 2026 or?
Yes, there is 4.8 million in the capital budget for 2023 to 2032 for the studies related to Rapid TO, and then TTC has just under 12 million in their budget for the delivery of various Rapid TO initiatives over the 10-year period.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you. So what method, can you explain the methodology a little bit in terms of how you come to conclusions that there would be a 9% speeding up or 13% or whatever those numbers are? Like, how do they come up with those numbers? And if it's really complicated, don't worry about it because I only have 5 minutes.
Through the speaker, we do that through traffic modeling software to come up with those numbers.
And has it been accurate in the past?
Through the speaker, it has.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I believe the number, it would speed up on Bathurst Street, there'd be a 13%, it would get 13% better. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, that's for the peak period.
Peak period, yeah, sure, okay. So if the average speed is 9 kilometers per hour and you made it 13% better, that would mean the average speed would be 10 kilometers per hour. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, I won't question your math, but in the most kind of congested, busiest periods of the time, we would see a more modest increase in speeds. Much of the focus of this effort is to improve reliability for our customers, so there's actually a reliable service.
Oh, okay.
That's where we suffer, I think, the most.
So it's not so much speed as it is reliability?
Through the speaker, speed is important, and we should track that because we want to improve a customer's total journey time. But in our peak periods, there's always still a challenge because we are crossing through intersections. We're still kind of dealing in that very crowded congestion corridor. So you'll see the most modest increase in speed at the PM peak or the AM peak.
Okay, and so then how would we ensure Because with the modeling, I think that's predicted, and you said it was accurate, so I guess there is a bit of it, but there's it's predicated on, I guess, people obeying the rules. What's the plan? Because we know, like, we love signs, we add stop signs, we add turn prohibitions, we do a lot of things, a lot of which don't work because there's no enforcement. What's the plan to ensure that there's something to back up these designated bus lanes or streetcar lanes?
Through the speaker, we have found in our experience that when the lanes have the red markings, that they are much more self-enforcing. But your point is well taken, and we have identified to our colleagues at the Toronto Police that we will need to work with them if Council approves the delivery of these routes, to have blitzes of education and blitzes of enforcement to reinforce the designation.
Does that mean increased funding for the, because what if police are enforcing that, they're not enforcing other things. So are we increasing those resources? I know we have that whole Vision Zero thing where and that's really where most of the enforcement comes, but is there a plan to sort of, my concern, and just so you understand, my concern is we add things all the time to municipal licensing, to transportation, and then we just spread our resources thinner. So what's the plan in that regard?
Councillor, that's a valid concern. I would say that I think some of the most effective, relatively low cost in terms of not spreading the impact broadly is to do blitzes at key times when the corridors open, just to remind people of the new rules and to do them periodically after that. We tend to work with the Vision Zero team, but also with traffic management to manage that so that it's something that's relatively short in duration but high in impact. It gives the officers an opportunity to also provide some education. On the longer term, we are looking at the opportunities for what other cities are doing in terms of automated enforcement of bus lanes as well, but that would be in the long term.
And then we'd have a plan for the 25% of people that actually cover their plate.
We'd have a plan.
Okay. So then my last question is, how many intersections are there on Bathurst where there are in the area where we're wanting to, or you're proposing to designate, where there are actually left turns are allowed? Because that obviously would, where there are left turns, that blocks up that streetcar priority.
Approximately 10, depending on the time of day, because there are some where there are time of day restrictions in effect. Where that we
even including the little side streets? Yeah.
We'd have to go back and take a look. No, some of the minor streets aren't counted, but that's an approximate number.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, question.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. Originally, when we looked at the Rapid TO implementation work plan, Bathurst was not at the top of the list. So why has the Bathurst route been prioritized for implementation now?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through the Speaker, the Bathurst, as well as the section of Dufferin south of Eglinton being under review, was specific direction from Executive Committee that we review the opportunities for improving surface transit priority to serve FIFA.
So this was a direction that was provided at the Mayor's Executive Committee. Prior to that direction, where did Bathurst stand on the priority list?
The order of the list isn't necessarily a work plan. It is intended at the time of the Surface Transit Network Plan to be opportunity driven, as the case may be. But the bus section was in the top.
Just hang on a sec. Can you pause my time for a second? Just get some quiet in the chamber. It's hard to hear. Jacqueline.
I've been trying all day, Councillor Bradford.
Could you try again?
I've been telling everybody to be quiet. Okay, can I have some quiet in the council chambers?
Thank you.
Thank you. So there are 47 routes in the Surface Transit Network Plan, and the 20 are prioritized, not in any particular order, but the bus section is within the top of Bathurst Street is in the top 20. The streetcar section was in the remaining 27.
So this came to the top because it was directed at Executive.
Correct.
That's the bottom line. Okay. Back in 2015, when Toronto hosted the Pan Am Games, what kinds of measures were part of the Transportations Management Plan? Very quickly.
An overall transportation demand management approach was taken at that time. I know we had a transportation command center. I wasn't deeply involved in it. I know Barbara wasn't here either, but there were HOV lanes as well as time of day delivery changes, that kind of thing. It was a citywide approach with many more venues than we're looking at here.
And were those measures made permanent, or were they temporary to serve the needs of the event?
Most of them were temporary.
Okay. What measures are you currently planning to install for these transit priority corridors? How are they going to look?
We're proposing to have red pavement markings in the designated lane, signage, and changes to signals to serve the transit priority lanes.
How long is it going to take for you to roll that work out?
The installation, subject to council approval, would start this fall and then would carry into the spring once the weather condition allowed. So it would take about 3 to 4 months to install for the segments that are proposed within this report.
Okay, is that different now that there is the half version? Is that your estimate?
That's the estimate for the version that's within our report,
okay.
Yes.
What sort of impacts do you anticipate on road users during the installation process?
We would seek to minimize those impacts with lane markings happening overnight and signage happening during the day. So there may be some adjustments to TC service for the streetcars to allow for the red markings to be installed. Those sorts of things is what we would anticipate.
Do we have any estimates on the impact on travel times along the corridor during installation?
Not during installation, no.
Okay, so we haven't looked at that.
No, we've done, as you know, we've done analysis on the estimates if the transit lanes are in place.
Okay, moving along. Once this is all completed and installed, what's the estimated impact on improving the transit times for both Dufferin and Bathurst?
Through the speaker, on Dufferin, we anticipate that travel times will be 29% faster, which would be saving each rider 5 minutes in their journey, and that reliability would increase by 14%, and that on Bathurst, it would be 13% faster. Travel times and reliability would improve by 17%.
Okay, what's the impact on vehicle travel times?
One to 2 minutes.
1 to 2 minutes. Are these estimates from the full quarter that was originally proposed, or this version?
No, this is based on the recommendations of this report.
Just this version, okay. I keep hearing that this is going to increase transit ridership by an estimate of 27%. Where's that coming from? What are you basing it on?
Through the speaker, we've done modeling on this, and we've also looked at other implementations, even in the City of Toronto, where we've seen when these priority lanes are put in, it leads to a significant and pretty quick increase in transit ridership.
Give me the comparables. What are the comparables in Toronto?
In Scarborough, where we put in dedicated red lanes, we saw an increase in ridership. I can get you that
Morningside, number. Kingston?
Yeah, I can.
So Morningside and Kingston are
Correct.
the comparable to Bathurst and Dufferin?
No, though we've used those to see the increase in ridership, what we've done is overall modeling to apply it to the local conditions on Bathurst and Dufferin.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Candeville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to TTC. I think the number and the data that's being shared with Dufferin makes tremendous sense. With Bathurst, what's the TTC's plan to address bunching and gapping as part of improving effective service?
Through the speaker, this February we introduced a new pilot on bunching and gapping. We looked at 11 routes across the city, and more recently we've taken a more focused approach to Bathurst. Dufferin is another route, but on Bathurst what we've done is we've added street supervisors to the route to support with performance. We've enhanced kind of our training and our performance of our operators and those in transit control. And obviously we're clearly and closely tracking it, and then also working with City of Toronto Transportation to address some of the hot spots of where we might be able to make improvements on signal priority parking, et cetera.
In relation to the data that was shared with Bathurst, it seems there's about 6 buses per hour. Are there intentions or plans to increase service as part of the rapid TO on Bathurst?
Through the speaker, there is a plan to enhance service both on Bathurst and Dufferin, and so that would see streetcars in the fall for Bathurst, so even before the lanes go in, and we would be doing the same with buses.
So with Bathurst, what would be the increase in frequency from what to what?
Through the speaker, for the Bathurst streetcar portion, we'd be looking at moving from a 10 or 11 minute headway to a 6-minute one.
Okay, great, thank you. And for transportation staff, I'm assuming this would be for you. What are the intentions around turn restrictions to actualize the rapid the efficiencies through a red lane?
Through the speaker, quite a number of left turn restrictions are proposed as part of what the recommendations before you, and we would monitor the effectiveness of those to see if they needed to be adjusted during a period of 2 years that we propose within this report.
And as part of the calculations for the earlier question on driver, I think you had shared would be 1 to 2 minutes addition as a result of the red lane. How is that 1 to 2 minutes calculated?
That's based on the traffic modeling that was undertaken. It does assume that the turn restrictions that are proposed within this report would be in place.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. Can someone give me a sense of how many new transit riders we'd attract on Dufferin and on Bathurst when we implement this?
Through the speaker, I can get that in 2 minutes. Apologies.
Well, I sort of need that in order to know my other questions.
Through the speaker, we would expect that there would be a increase in ridership on Dufferin of 27, Bathurst on Dufferin 27%, and on Bathurst of 33% in ridership.
Just could you ballpark how many people that is? That's daily?
Yeah, through the speaker, that's daily, so that would be that could be up to, on each route, almost 10,000 new riders.
So a total of almost 20,000 new riders.
Correct.
Okay. So which takes up more space, 20,000 cars or some number of buses?
Cars would take up more space.
Okay. So there is a benefit to people who remain in their cars if we improve service and get other cars off the road and get people taking transit. That improves the service for everybody.
While we do project that there would be an increased travel time for drivers, we do expect that the diversion of drivers either to other modes like transit or to other routes would also have an element of improvement to drivers as well.
The city's official plan has a transportation section, and in that official plan, I'm paraphrasing, but it says if we're going to take the kind of additional population we project and the federal and provincial governments require of us, we cannot possibly accommodate all those people with our current mode share. We have to get people to shift modes. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Also, the city has a climate plan, Transform TO, and in that it says that if we have any hope of meeting our climate targets, similarly, we have to get people to switch modes from automobile to other modes, correct?
There's certainly policy alignment and imperative with the Surface Transit Network Plan for Transform TO.
And in both of those policies, they imagine that what we're doing here today would be a first piece, that eventually we have to build an entire network of high quality surface transit. Is that fair?
That's correct. Council has endorsed the Surface Transit Network Plan, which does have a network of surface transit improvements, and those are embedded in the official plan.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Holiday.
Can you start my time, please? Speaker, can you start my time on time? Can you start my time on time? Can you reset my time so I can have it start when I start asking questions? Thank you. Bathurst and Dufferin Street both propose significant changes to turn restrictions and lane restrictions. What are the alternate routes that motorists would use? Or are there alternate routes? Anyone?
It would depend on the origin and destination pair, but Spadina might be a choice, Kiel might be a choice, Jane, depending on where people are getting to.
Spadina, Kiel, or Jane, those are at least a kilometer or more out of the way, I guess.
Some motorists may choose to use local residential streets, which is why we have a robust monitoring program to address any infiltration and safety operational concerns that do come up.
Just on the, this to TTC, just on the time savings on the route, I think it was 3 and 5 minutes or 3 and 7 minutes. That was during the worst case scenario, during peak times, Mr. Cole.
Through the speaker, those time savings were at the peak periods.
Right, so off-peak periods, much of the traffic is free-flowing, is that not correct?
Through the speaker, we're experiencing quite a bit of traffic challenges on Bathurst and Dufferin through the day, and we're seeing it even on weekends and evenings where it wasn't quite the same before.
But that graph that Councillor Sachs showed us at the beginning showed quite a limited amount of variability off the afternoon peak, did it not?
Through the speaker, our afternoon peak starts about 2 p.m. now and goes as late as 7:30. And so what we're experiencing in the afternoon is the most acute kind of challenges with traffic, and that's when our ridership is highest too.
So if it's 3 minute savings on Bathurst during peak period, off-peak period, is it a matter of seconds? Could you measure it?
Through the speaker, I don't have that here, but we would measure it, and we would expect that certainly travel times would be faster during that period in general.
Right, because you would have a dedicated straight shot down the street with no other vehicles in it.
Through the speaker, we would be operated in a much less encumbered priority lane.
Back to a question I asked at the Executive Committee. The Rapid TO is a package of a number of things. Stop removals, the introduction of turn restrictions, which I would presume allow vehicles to move more quickly through intersections, and also painted red lines and the removal of curbside parking in many instances. Do you have a breakdown at all of the contributions of each of those initiatives to time savings or reliability?
Through the speaker, we know that any one of those tools in the toolbox help improve both reliability and time savings, and they're incremental. The one that produces the most of the savings that we projected in this report is a dedicated lane or priority lane for transit vehicles.
And can you tell me what that is on the 3 and 5 minutes, if I've got it right?
I don't have the breakdown by tool right now for each of those corridors, but we could do the math on that.
And do you have it broken down on peak period versus non-peak period? I'm trying to assess the trade here, right? It's all about trades.
Yeah, through the speaker, we recognize that any interventions or tools used to prioritize transit helps our performance, both as measured by speed and reliability. And so each of those incremental improvements we would welcome and take. The one tool that is the most helpful, as proven around the world, is having a dedicated or priority lane for transit vehicles.
So. Can you tell me what the service standard is for the TTC on-time performance with respect to vehicles leaving early or late?
Through the speaker, we measure our on-time performance as they leave or arrive at the end terminals. We have a 5-minute variance on how we measure that on-time performance.
5. So on vehicles that have headways of less than 10 minutes, there's a 5-minute variance?
Through the speaker, that is the variance right now we use, and just the reality is that we have human beings who operate these buses, and at times there are things that they have to take care of at either ends of the route.
So buses or streetcars that are nose to tail could actually be on time?
Through the speaker, we measure also now our reliability and our headways through the route, and so we wouldn't consider those then on time.
I don't understand if we're 5 minutes.
Through the speaker,
variance.
what we've done is we've introduced mid-route performance too, so it's not just at the end terminals.
I see. And so is there changes to the headway proposed on these routes? I thought I heard that in the answer to a question. It's 10 minutes on Bathurst, is it not?
Yeah, through the speaker, the headways on and the Bathurst part in the streetcar would increase to 6 minutes.
So no apples to apples comparison on before and after because you're changing the service.
Through the speaker, we would have right now a 10-minute headway on streetcars, and we would introduce the 6 minutes before red lanes are in.
Saving riders time.
Saving riders time.
So a rider may perceive a quicker ride.
That was your last question.
Because of a change in the headway.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions to staff before we go to speakers? Any further questions to staff? Okay, we'll go to speakers. Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You're a TDC riders. You're standing on a bus stop or a streetcar stop on Bathurst or on Dufferin. It's supposed to come every 5 minutes, every 6 minutes, maybe even every 10 minutes. You've been sitting there for 20 minutes. And the first bus that arrives is packed. You can't get on. And you wait and wait some more, and then there's a second and third bus. They're all bunched together. And you finally, after 20 plus minutes, get on it. By the time you arrive to your place of work, you are probably 15 minutes late. And that is what people are experiencing a lot. It's not as if the TDC is not putting the number of buses that it needs to serve these two transit corridors. It's because of the traffic jams that are on these streets. And if you're a transit rider, here you're packed on a bus, and the bus is probably, 20, 30, 40 people, depend whether it's a streetcar or bus. And everyone is stuck in traffic. And yet, in front of you, there's a car that ran in, so the driver ran in to get something, and it's blocking the entire lane of traffic, including the buses. So it's like 1 or 2 people blocking 60, 80, 100 transit riders. It doesn't work. And it's causing a lot of frustration. It's making our service not reliable. It's causing bunching, which means that sometimes it takes 10, 20, or 20, 30 minutes for a bus to arrive. And you can't get to a doctor's appointment or work or school or an exam, even a date, on time, because you don't know when the bunching will take place, and the service is not reliable. Everywhere in this world, whether in big cities, whether it's London, England, New York, Hong Kong, you name it, they have bus lanes. Some call it HOV lanes. Here in Toronto, we call it Rapid TO plan. And that plan has been in place since 2019. 6 years later, we're finally acting. And what does it do? What does this Rapid TO plan do? It would means that the 75,000 people per day taking Bathurst and Dundas buses and streetcars will get reliable services, faster service, 7 minutes faster in Bathurst, 10 minutes faster in Dufferin. So if you take it to work and coming back, that's 20 minutes per day, sometimes a lot more, because if there's bunching involved, it could be half an hour faster. It means an 18% more reliable services. Because it is faster and better services, people are going to take that bus In fact, TDC said 21,000 people will take both the Dufferin or the Bathurst streetcar and bus. What does that mean? That means there'll be a lot more revenue for TDC. It means less people will drive. It means the traffic will be a lot better. So I understand Councillor Sachs, the local councillors, and Deputy Mayor Osman Malik, also a local local councillor in the area. They've done very good work with the local residents and local businesses. And they do have some concerns. They talk about on-street parking. Where are we going to park, especially if I'm disabled? Who's going to pick me up? Where are they going to pick me up? And what about loading? If I have a small business, when will I load? All of these needs to be worked out. These are local communities' concerns. They're legitimate. So what we are facing today is we will move forward on these long overdue rapid TO bus lanes, dedicated bus lanes. But in the meantime, let's continue to work with the local councillors, the small businesses and the residents so that we can get all of that done in time for the FIFA World Cup, which is going to bring 300,000 people to Toronto. We know the economic cost of congestion is high, which is why the Toronto Regional Board of Trade is supportive of this, and let's work together and get the city moving.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs. Just 1 second. Councillor Perruzza, point of order.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I would like to introduce visitors from Veroli, Italy. We have with us here today in the council chamber Daniela, Anna Giulia, and Sarah Mignardi. They are relatives of Annalisa and Gianni Mignardi, residents of Black Creek, Humber River Black Creek, I might add. They are here exploring our beautiful city and visiting with family and are excited to have the opportunity to attend our council meeting. Daniela is also a firefighter, and they will be visiting one of our fire stations this afternoon as well. So welcome to Toronto. Benvenuti a Toronto.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Sachs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Mayor has spoken about how important it is that we speed up surface transit, and I absolutely agree. I support all the dedicated transit lines proposed in Rapid TO, including the whole Bathurst corridor. We need it badly, but there are two small pieces where we need interim steps. One of them is just north of College, where the Toronto Western Hospital is building a patient surgical tower. As you'll see in the report approved at Executive Committee, we're not putting a dedicated streetcar lane for that one block because we don't want to stop the Toronto Western Hospital from building a surgical tower. There's also a couple of blocks just south of DuPont where I have a community of small businesses that really don't have much other access to parking. The Bill Bolton Arena uses up basically all of the side street parking. There's a little bit of parking in the George Brown lots, but parking is really quite constrained in that area. And what you saw in the data from the TTC is that in this little piece, we have a terrible problem every afternoon with the northbound bus. And that problem starts at 2 p.m. every weekday and it goes till about 7 p.m. And right now, one of the major factors that holds up the bus and traps everybody in traffic is an individual turning left or a small number of parked cars on the east side of Bathurst. Now, data from the TPA has showed us that those parking spots are not used much. The utilization ratio is very low, but it's enough to stop the bus. So I've been working very closely with my community. My team and I have walked up and down Bathurst. We've knocked on hundreds of doors. We've had hundreds of communications back through our own survey, in addition to the public consultation that Ms. Hayward talked about. And I've met with the businesses, and what I've heard overwhelmingly is very strong support for speeding up the bus, making transit work better, but also a concern for the future of the businesses and a request that we try smaller measures first. Maybe they won't fix it, but it's at least worth trying. And we have the Dundas experience, which worked really well, improved the speed of the Dundas streetcar 21% just through parking and turn restrictions without a dedicated lane. So I know that there are a tiny minority of people and a tiny minority of the businesses in my area who vociferously object to any change to the status quo. They don't want anything done that will speed up the bus if it reduces parking. And they imagine that somehow the bus can be made fast, even with all those cars in the way. But it can't be done. There is no way to do it. But what we do know is that we can speed up the northbound bus without having to wipe out all the parking on the west side of the street, because northbound buses don't go on the west side of the street. So I have worked very closely with TTC and transportation staff. I have a companion motion, Members' Motion 32.6, which will bring a report back to Toronto East York Community Council in September to make those changes. A series of changes that TTC and transportation staff agree that we need to speed up the northbound bus in the afternoon. And I am really delighted to say that after a lot of difficult conversations, 5 of the prominent local businesses in that section of DuPont have written in to express their support for the item that we're discussing now and for my motion. And you'll see Ruby Lamb, Jacqueline Verhoff, Trish Uenika, Chloe Fraser, and Brad McMullen, who is the CEO of the Summerhill Markets, and who was, a major voice in raising concerns early on. And you'll see his letter. It's attached to the members' motion. And what he says in a nutshell is, I urge you to support Sachs's motion, MM 32.6, and the Transit Priority Plan approved at Executive Committee. I commend Councillor Sachs for her thoughtful efforts to balance business realities with transit priorities. We can do both. In these 2 small, very sensitive sections, that's what I'm doing in consultation with my community. That's what I'm doing in consultation with our staff. We can still go ahead to do bus lanes as the mayor's called for. There's strong support in my community for time of day bus lanes. What we don't have is rationale to go immediately to 24/7 bus lanes in both directions without trying a tool that fixes the problem we actually have. So please support both. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, I have a motion.
Do you see it on the screen?
No.
Oh, I can.
Well. Okay.
It's
anyway,
on.
I move this motion.
Did you want to speak? No? Okay. That was the fastest speech. Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to first start off by thanking the Mayor, Deputy Mayor Malik, Councillor Sachs, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Perks, and Councillor Matlow, all for their leadership on this very difficult file on behalf of the TTC. They spent a lot of political capital, had a lot of difficult conversations, and really demonstrated leadership thoughtfulness, and an openness to listening to other opposing points of views in order to get this to where we are today. And I want to thank them on behalf of the 75,000 people who use these lines every day. These are lifelines for workers, students, and families. But when buses crawl through traffic and streetcars and are stuck behind congestions, our residents lose time, money, patience, and trust in the ability of the city to actually deal with the crisis of congestion and mobility overall. Rapid TO is about prioritizing people over cars. It's about ensuring our public transit system is reliable, fast, convenient, and fair, especially as we get ready to host major events such as FIFA 2026. This plan reflects the right balance, transit first, with thoughtful consideration for residents, businesses, and drivers. It's data-driven, equitable investment in our city's mobility. And I just also like to address that, I understand it was a bit tongue-in-cheek to say we don't want things to die by consultation and by death. A lot of these consultations have been in good faith, and I'd like to commend the residents and the business owners and the other stakeholders who took the time to thoughtfully, constructively, and honestly engage with the city and the TTC to help get these projects over the line. But we also have to understand and recognize, as Councillor Sack said, a lot of people were doing these in bad faith, simply to delay the projects or to not see them go ahead. And I think as a city, we really need to prioritize the voices and experiences of many of whom maybe don't have the type of privilege and equity and time to attend these types of debates, but whose voices and experiences are valid nonetheless and should be considered when making decisions like this, which have such a profound impact on their lives. So thank you very much, and I look forward to this motion passing.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. The evidence globally is that transit priority lines work. So we know that for sure. And what we've heard is that when we reduce travel times, we're going to have more riders. And that's great news because we both need this for the viability of the TTC and because we need it, our constituents want it. They prioritize this and they will take transit if transit can move more clearly and smoothly in the city. This is really about managing congestion, about reaching our climate goals, and about letting people get to work and to school on time. It's crucial. I knocked on all the doors from Eglinton down to Queen, spoke to hundreds of people, and people agreed it's needed. Nobody really says, maybe one or two people out of hundreds would say, oh, it's not a problem, the bus is moving great. We all collectively want to use this, want to keep the bus moving. That's why this council has considered this so many times. It's really now about working tirelessly. In our office, we will continue to work with staff to make sure that the implementation is smooth, that it makes the community better, that it attracts more riders, and that we can get to work on completing the entire line, because this has to go to Wilson Station. This is an artery that moves the lifeblood of the city, which is transit. You cannot have a good local economy, a viable local economy, without a successful transit system that gets people to work on time, to get people where they need to go, that supports tourism, recreation, and that where you see the reinvestment, and that's what's really exciting about this. We've been working and will continue to work tirelessly with staff on the parking replacements, and you can see in the motions that I move at executive on making sure that there's pickup and loading areas available for people living on Dufferin, and there's a ton of support on Dufferin. There's a ton of support for this plan. They'd like to see it go all the way, and so do I. We also want to make sure that we're holding TTC, and as a commissioner, and here with the chair, and many of the commissioners who have these priority lanes are actually on TTC. We want to make sure that line management is up to the task. We want to make sure that the moment that we have these priority lanes, we get proof of concept and we start to see better outcomes. But we're not going to get the full benefit until we complete this. And crucially, we're reinvesting. That's an important commitment that you heard from TTC today, is that there will be resources saved by not having transit vehicles, not having vehicles on Bathurst and on Dufferin especially sitting there.
and that those savings will be reinvested in the line so that we're growing the community of people that choose this the better way.
Hold on, I'm just going to put your time on hold, Councillor Bravo. Councillor Moyes, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Perusa, please. No, but Councillor Perusa, I can hear you up here, what you're saying. So you're loud. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I had a lot of voices in my head. So I want to thank everybody that came out to the consultations. The report that you have before you today has had the benefit of listening to people, and it's reflected in the recommendations. We listen to people in our communities as councillors because we want to make this work, we want to succeed, and we know that staff at TTC and at Transportation Services will work together to make that happen. This is a generational change, even though it's a small piece of a bigger network. We're getting started. The acceleration is something that we decided on as a council. We're going to make it happen now for FIFA, and moving forward, the work to expand the network doesn't stop with FIFA. It will be ongoing. We are going to deliver this change and make Toronto the best possible place to take transit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you. Rapid TO. Should be congestion TO. I think it's rubbish. And a lot of other people do as well. You know, Speaker, this is another one of those discussions that have galvanized people across the city. And in particular, in neighborhoods that maybe didn't have a BIA and didn't have an organization, but they sure came together when they saw something that wasn't acceptable. And Councillor Myers said, well, you know, these people have spent political capital on this. Yeah, pushing something that a lot of people don't want. They don't want it. So what's proposed? The proposal is to dedicate lanes on roads that have 4 lanes. Give transit their own straight shot down the street. And ask questions, you know, what utility is there? What's the trade? And there'd be some time savings. I certainly hope so. If you're going to give a bus or a streetcar a straight shot down the road without anything in its way. I certainly hope they save time. What's amazing is that they only save 3 minutes. So if you ever rode the bus or the streetcar, you know there's a little more to it than what you just see on paper. You know, the bus or the streetcar pulls up to the next stop. It loads and unloads passengers. We talked about that at the executive committee. In fact, that's, you know, the largest time spent stopped is the boarding and alighting of people. A lot of people get on, a lot of people get off. That doesn't change under rapid TO. That's part of the way that the system works. And so the question is, well, are there ways to improve things? Yeah, maybe. You can ban left turns. You can ban parking during peak periods of time. You can save a little bit of time. I think there's more to it than this. Why this? Why choose these corridors out of all of the options in the list under rapid TO? We'll get to that. But I want to make sure that members of council understand that we often make a series of trades on the floor. And I think Councillor Myers used the words, it's about choosing people over cars. I think it's actually simpler than that. It's choosing some people over other people. What do I mean by that? Well, you can't just fold all of the traffic that's in 2 lanes into 1 lane and expect there not to be a column of congested traffic, an entire column of that traffic in 1 lane, trying to do what was double than what was there before. So that just creates an even more difficult rush hour for everybody. It potentially extends out the rush hour. It takes away the amenity of the curb space that people have probably been relying on Bathurst Street for a century, maybe more. Drop somebody off to make a delivery. Dufferin Street, you know, the bus can maneuver around these stops. It has its options. The streetcar is a little different. It's off of that curb lane, but it copes with it. If you've ever ridden Bathurst, you understand it. So what's the point in all of this? Well, it's a trade, and the community is going to feel it really hard And these aren't motorists that are just zooming through this area to go from A to B. They likely have business in the area, or they live in the area, or they're visiting a destination in the area. So it is very much a local issue. And you've got to ask the local residents what they think. I'm holding, Speaker.
Hold on, Councillor Holiday. There's a lot of noise in the council chambers. Councillor Perks and Councillor Burnside back there. Please. Please keep it down. No, but I could hear Perks and Burnside as well. Okay, go ahead.
So, Speaker, what's the point of the trade? Well, there's a lot of claims about how many people are going to benefit from some time savings. Yeah, maybe they've got a little bit of time, but the trade on this is a profound impact to those that are within the neighborhood, those businesses and those residents. And yes, maybe some people that are traveling through. Well, you know, they'll just go somewhere else. Well, they're going to divert to Spadina, like that's going to get any better? Or they're going to divert several kilometers out of the way over to Keele Street or Parkside or one of those north-south routes? The point is there aren't that many options. It just sets up another barrier. So I put to you, Speaker, that it's not just a local issue, but it's about accessibility into the core. So what is this really about? I'll tell you what I think it's about. I think it's about the City of Toronto looking nouveau, looking progressive with these bright red lanes so that all of the visitors of FIFA can say, look at that. What a progressive city. They shut their roads down for public transit. You know what? Maybe a handful of people will see that. You know what the rest of the people that visit the Toronto FIFA will see? They'll see the worst congestion they've ever seen anywhere. How many of those people you think will want to come back to Toronto after they sit in traffic all day long? Not very many. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, we're recessed to 2 o'clock. Okay, members of council, this meeting is now resumed. Members, we have a presentation this afternoon to recognize service award recipients in celebration of the Toronto Community Crisis Services one-year citywide anniversary. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. Looking good. I'd like to welcome you back from the lunch break of you folks for a very special moment of recognition. Earlier this month, the Toronto Community Crisis Service, our city's 4th emergency service, marked 1 year since it's expanded citywide. Yes. As part of this milestone, many of our dedicated TCCS frontline workers receive service awards in recognition of the remarkable work they do every day. These individuals provide compassionate, culturally appropriate, and trauma-informed care to those in crisis across our communities. And thanks to the tireless effort of our TCCS crisis workers, call takers, and community anchor partners, Taibu Community Health Center, Two-Spirited People in the First Nation, CAMH, Toronto Branch, Gerstein Crisis Center, and Find Help 211, we are able to offer free, confidential, in-person mental health support across the city to Toronto residents age 16 or older, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Thank you so much for your service. Now here's some stats. Since its pilot launch in 2022, TSSC has responded to over 29,000 calls, dispatched more than 23,000 mobile crisis workers, completed over 7,000 referrals to services related to housing, substance use, and mental health. Connected more than 1,200 individuals to case management support. And in 2024, last year alone, 78% of the calls transferred by 911 were successfully handled by TSSC without police involvement. A truly remarkable achievement that reflects the strength of this model. Now, today we are joined by a lot of crisis workers from our community anchor partners who were recently recognized for their outstanding contributions. These awards include dedication to service, innovative solutions, rising star change manager, connection to community, call taking, and dispatched excellence. May I invite our award recipient to stand, and Councillor, let's give them a well round of applause. Come on, don't be shy. Wow, all right, thank you. These are the award winners, folks. And let us get all of the rest of them standing. Thank you sincerely for your dedication, compassion, and client-centered care. Together, we're building a safer and more caring Toronto, one that redefines safety to include community well-being. So thank you so much for your dedication, and thank you so much for your excellent work.
Thank you and congratulations. Councillor Crisanti, you would like to make an announcement?
Yes, Speaker, and thank you very much. This is an afternoon for sure of exciting announcements, and I'm honored to do this as well. So I'd like to welcome and introduce Marcia Brown and her group of students from Trust 15 who are sitting along the back from my left over here all the way to the right. Just give a big wave. So, Speaker, Marcia Brown is the founder of Trust 15 Youth Community Support Organization, which she established this organization in 2011 after recognizing the need for safe space for our youth to receive mentorship and support. With a background in education, Marcia began by personally going door to door in her community up in Etobicoke North to earn the trust of family. On the first day of the program, 15 girls showed up, thus the name Trust 15. This marked the beginning of what would become a vital resource for youth up in Etobicoke North. Through her commitment and dedication, Trust 15 has grown to empower and inspire many, many young people. Some of the programs include Men of Distinction, Ladies on the Rise, Boys of Excellence, and Girls on the Rise. And today, we have this group you see in front of you from her summer camp program. Thank you very much for coming out.
Thank you and welcome to council. Now, members of council, I have reviewed a number of urgent motions, but unfortunately, I don't have 18 members, so we can't introduce them. Yeah, and just a sec, Councillor Thompson, one, yes. So we'll have to wait until we have 18 members because we don't have 18 members. Oh, Mayor Chow.
Yeah, thank you. Toronto is a global city, but we are also a deeply local one. Whether it's keeping our communities healthy during a pandemic, ensuring safe access to food and housing, or tackling the opioid crisis, our public health system touches people's lives every single day. That's why the leadership of the Toronto Public Health is so critical. And today I am pleased to announce, together with our Chair of the Board of Health, Chris Moyse, we are pleased to announce our next Medical Officer of Health. After a competitive international search, I am proud to announce that Dr. Michelle Muti will be our next Medical Officer of Health. Yes, it's great. She's here. Dr. Muti is a respected public health physician with a deep understanding of both local community health and global disease prevention. She brings experience from the World Health Organization, where she contributed to the Global Outbreak Alert and Response Network in Geneva, as well as many years of service at the provincial level with Public Health Ontario and the Ministry of Health. Dr. Muti's work reflects her steady, evidence-based, community-oriented approach to leadership. She understands what it means to build trust because she's done it again and again, whether working with equity-deserving communities, frontline providers, or policy makers. There's a lot of work ahead of us, from preparing for the long-term impact of climate change on public health, to reducing health inequalities in our neighborhoods, to rebuilding community trust in science and institutions. Dr. Muti is the right person to lead us through this next chapter with transparency, collaboration, and compassion. I want to sincerely thank Dr. Nakoshi Lemprey for her leadership as Acting Medical Officer of Health over the past several months. We are very grateful for your service, Dr. Lemprey. I would also like to thank Chair Councillor Moyse and the Board of Health, there are other members here, for your stewardship and leading this search. Dr. Muti's appointment is subject to the approval of the Ministry of Health, and we look forward to working with the province to finalize this important leadership transition. Toronto is a city that that take care of each other. I have every confidence that Dr. Muti's leadership, Toronto Public Health, will continue to be one of the most effective, respected, and people-centered public health units in Canada. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Michelle Muti. I don't know if she's here. She's not here. Well, let us welcome her anyway as our new Medical Officer of Health. Thank you.
So, Councillor Morris, did you still want to speak?
Of course. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and also too, at the next council meeting, I'll pay tribute to Dr. Lamptey. But today, I would like to join the mayor in welcoming and extending a warm welcome to Dr. Michelle Murty, Toronto's new Medical Officer of Health. The vision for Toronto Public Health is a city where all people can be healthy and thrive. This is what we strive towards every day. But as the largest local health agency in the country, our impact reaches beyond our city limits. We are a national leader in public health, setting the standard for population-level policies and programs. I believe that with her dedication to community-centered public health, her advocacy for vulnerable populations, and her proven leadership during complex public health emergencies, Dr. Murty is prepared to lead Toronto Public Health and continue to improve our reputation as an exemplary public health organization. Last year, we launched Toronto Public Health's new strategic plan, the guiding blueprint, as we strategically navigate key priorities and ensure the continued delivery of impactful programs and services to the diverse population of more than 3 million people here in Toronto. Top of mind are challenges like addressing the impacts of climate change, supporting a growing older adult population, and reducing the harms associated with substance use. I look forward to working with Dr. Murty to fully implement the strategic plan and improve population health outcomes across these priority areas using a health equity approach. As we navigate public health challenges, continued collaboration with the other orders of government, city divisions, and community partners will be vital. The experience of Dr. Murty brings from her work at the local, national, and most recently provincial level will certainly help Toronto Public Health strengthen existing relationships and be creative in forging new ones. One of the most important connections for the organization is the one we have with the residents of Toronto. We know that across the country, the COVID-19 pandemic put a strain on the relationship between local public health units and residents. Several years later, the effort to rebuild trust through international communication and education continues. As we begin this new chapter at Toronto Public Health, I am hopeful that Dr. Murty's track record of engaging with marginalized communities will allow us to reconnect with residents and foster better public understanding around all of the work that takes place behind the scenes. In addition to working with external stakeholders, our Medical Officer of Health is also responsible for a powerhouse workforce at Toronto Public Health. Over the past few years, they have experienced a whirlwind of changes, from the pandemic to the move from their long-time home based at 2277 Victoria Street and the departure of Dr. De Villa. Ensuring that staff are supported both in their day-to-day work and through periods of uncertainty is essential to the success of the organization. I am confident that Dr. Murty will work swiftly to get to know the team and bolster the positive workplace culture that keeps Toronto Public Health strong. Again, thank you to the Medical Office of Health, hiring panel, Toby Matthew, Jason Phelps, and Mary Macton Lee, for all of your work to secure a new Medical Office of Health for Toronto. I look forward to welcoming Dr. Murty to the city very soon and getting to work to continue protecting and improving the health of our residents here in the city. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Thompson has put his hand up. Councillor Bravo, did you want to say something on this topic?
Yes.
Okay,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
because Councillor Thompson has had his hand up for the last 10 minutes.
Okay, so as the Vice Chair of the Board of Health
Yeah.
and a member of the Selection Committee, I want to say that this was a well-conducted, thorough search, and I can't say how excited I am to welcome Dr. Murdy, who has been on the front line of so many important public health issues, whether it's the opioid crisis hitting British Columbia, previous measles outbreaks, the way that she confronted the pandemic questions in her previous work, and the focus on the people most impacted and most affected, and the social determinants that shaped that experience. I was profoundly moved to hear of the work that she did at the province during the pandemic and noticing who was really getting ill. People living with many others, whether it's extended families or particularly she focused on agricultural workers from the Caribbean and Latin America and the situations that they were in. Changing the housing conditions was crucial to changing the health outcomes. And so that refocus and that recommitment to the social determinants of health, to all the drivers of equitable health outcomes is something that I'm really excited to embrace. And the experience of building staff from the ground up, involving them in the decisions, involving them in the work, making them part of the solution, and working deeply with partners. I think this will be really wonderful for the city. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to introduce a gentleman that normally doesn't need any introduction, but I think for this room, I will introduce him nonetheless. Oliver Adolphus Samuels, CD, Jamaica's undisputed king of comedy. Oliver began his career in 1971 at the National Pantomime Boys Music playing Moondrop. For more than 55 years, Mr. Samuels has been celebrated as a Jamaican cultural gem. He was honored with the Order of Distinction, officer class in 1978, and in 2020, he was elevated to the commander class, CD. His academic prestige was affirmed with an honorary degree, Doctor of Letters from the University of the West Indies in Mona. Mr. Samuels has a long, illustrious career in television and in movies. Samuels, renowned for the Oliver at Large skit portraying Olivia Adams with a co-series co-written by Patrick Brown, followed by Oliver at Large and Oliver in Charge and Oliver Abroad. He has appeared on BBC shows such as The Chef. He's also appeared in the Fight Against Slavery. His reach extends internationally to such films as Smile Orange, Countrymen, The Mighty Quinn, Almost Heaven, and Out of the Gate. Mr. Samuels, his career is such that he has also been a philanthropic and mentor to so many young people. He met with a group from Trust 15 earlier today. He nurtures young talents and students through scholarships and gives back to his community, helping children in the native Rosebank and Purcell Boys Home and caring for HIV-affected youth. He also serves on the board of Jamaica's oldest theater, The Ward, promoting pride and artistic space. Today, Mr. Samuels remains a dynamic performer. His recent plays include Teet and Tongue, 2020-2024, and the Toronto stage production, Lucky Money, 2024. He continues to tour internationally, hosts comedic specials, and appears in marketing campaigns throughout the world. In summary, Mr. Samuel's life journey from Plantation child to internationally honored comedian, actor, philanthropist, and cultural ambassador, illustrate not just remarkable artistic achievement, but profound contribution to Jamaican identity and youth empowerment throughout the world. Mr. Samuels is in Toronto to establish a global foundation that will provide scholarship opportunities for young people around the globe, in Canada, the UK, US, and in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, it is my dear honor to introduce Mr. Oliver Adolphus Samuels, who's with us today. Mr. Samuels, will you please stand, please? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you and welcome. Okay, do we have 18 members to introduce these motions? If Councillor Crescenti and Councillor Morley take their seats, we can introduce some members' motions. And Councillor Matlow. Okay, I believe we have 18 if they take their seats. Okay, we'll put the first one up. Okay, if everybody sits down, we have 18. Councillor Crescenti, please take your seat. Councillor Bradford, please take your seat. What is it that people are not understanding? We need 18 members to take their seats. Okay, I believe we have 18. Oh, the mayor? Okay. Mayor Chow. You have two motions that you want to introduce? Yep. We'll put them on the screen. Okay?
Yep. 1 second here. This one is a youth-based community services initiative. The funding is already in place. It is almost August, and we need to really get on with it so that young people can get recruited. That's why it's urgent.
Okay. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Do you have another one, Mayor Chow?
Yep.
There's two.
We have 50% chance of getting $1 million from the Bloomberg Foundation, and we are now we are past the initial phase, so this is to accept an award. It's cash. Yeah, the budget chief should be very pleased. Yes, we should accept the money. That's why it's urgent.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Bravo, you're next.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion for local BIA's operating budget update that I'd like to add to the agenda, please.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher, you're next.
Thank you, Speaker.
There we go. This is in order to facilitate an expropriation by Metrolinx, and it is underlying owner is the City of Toronto.
Okay, on favor? Carried. You have another one. You have two.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Just waiting for it.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher, go ahead.
Thank you. This has really got to do with situation, is to keep the sidewalks clear because all of the app deliverers are bunching on sidewalks on Danforth Blue and other places, and it's
Okay,
urgent.
on
Thank you.
favor, carried. Now, the next one is mine, Councillor Fletcher, but you did second it, so can you move it on my behalf, please?
Of course I can. It's got to do with 131 McCormick Street, and it's an T-Lab appeal. Thank you.
On
Urgent.
favor, carried. Okay, that's it. Yeah, just a sec. Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are not available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. AU 9.6 2025 Winter Maintenance Program follow-up status of Auditor General's previous recommendations. The General Manager, Transportation Services, and the Chief Procurement Officer, Purchasing and Materials Management have submitted a supplementary report on this item with a recommendation. And CC 32.9, 123 Bellamy Road North, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, request for directions. And Councillor Thompson has advanced circulated a motion with a confidential attachment. Members, I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'd like to release NC 20.1, and those are the appointments to Toronto Community Housing Board of Directors.
Fletcher is releasing NC 20.1, appointment of the public members to the Toronto Community Housing. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Thank you.
I'd like to release IE 23.1.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Sorry, IE 23.1, which is the citywide mechanical litter removal operations.
Councillor Fletcher is releasing IE 23.1, which is the review of service delivery model recommendations for citywide mechanical litter removal operations. On favor, opposed if any, carried.
I'll also release IE 23.7, temporary ramps for stepped entrances. There's amendment to Chapter 743, and staff have given me a technical amendment to make. This is for ramps for inaccessible businesses, so everybody can get into them. Speaker, I think the clerks have that motion. Yes.
Okay, we'll put the motion on the screen.
Thank you.
Okay, there it is. That's on IE 23.7. On the amendment, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
And then the clerk has given me a motion for the AU, I think it's 9 point, whatever the FIFA one is, Speaker, to hear it after, the second item after the mayor's. Anyway, there's a motion there. I can't remember the sequence. Thank you. It's just to reorder the agenda. Yeah.
To amend the order paper. On favor?
The second item after the mayor's first key item. So there's one after that and then that.
Opposed, carried.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Moyes.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to release CA 27.1. I do have an amendment. Staff should have the amendment.
Sorry,
Yeah, CA 27.1. You do? What? Okay, Madam Speaker, sorry. Can I continue to hold this item? Councillor Mir Malik wants to.
Chris, don't go away. I need you to move something. Thank you, Speaker. It is a TE item that I will find in just a sec. Councillor Moyes has an amending motion because it is in his ward. I'll find it in a sec. It's a TE item near the end of the list.
2442 for Front Street
TE
West?
2442, and that is 20 to 22 Front Street
Right.
West. I can release that. Councillor Moyes has a motion to refer it to staff.
Does the staff have his motion?
I hope so.
Okay, let's put it on the screen. Okay, there it is. Councillor Moyes is referring the item back to the General Manager of Transportation. On the referral motion, on favor, carried. Councillor Crisanti.
Speaker, I'll be releasing PH 2314 City Foundation Drainage Policy.
(2314) City Foundation Drainage Policy. Councillor Crisanti is releasing. Recorded vote.
You don't want it released?
Councillor Fletcher, when you're seated, please, and Councillor Pruta.
Councillor Mantis, we'll call you in a minute once we close the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, your vote, please. Okay, thank you. The item carries. The vote is 23-1.
She's online. How come I don't? So Councillor Chang, you're virtual?
Yes, until the next item finishes, just because I have a conflict. So I would like to release, Madam Chair, CA 28.1 and CA 28.2.
Okay, hold on. What item was it again? Slowly, please.
CA 28.1, appointment of a public member to the Toronto Library Board.
Okay, just a sec. Just let us Well, those are the two that were added, so they were circulated. Okay,
That's
we'll
right.
do the first one first. Okay. Yeah, just put it on the screen. Okay, CA 28.1, Councillor Cheng is releasing. All in favor? Carried.
And the next one is CA 28.2, appointment of a public member to the Toronto Zoo Board.
Okay, on CA 28.2, all in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, you have a quick release?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to release EX 25.14, Connectio program update. Okay, then I'll hold it. Keep the hold.
Thank you, Speaker. You had mentioned that CC 32.9, a motion that I'd submitted, had been advance circulated, 123 Bellamy Road North, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing. I'd like to move the motion and basically... Are we good?
Are you okay?
Yeah, I think so.
Councillor Thompson is releasing.
Yeah, I'm moving the motion and then to add and then release.
Okay, on CC 32.9, Councillor Thompson is moving the amendment. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Yeah, that's it. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go back to EX 25.4, the mayor's. Oh. Okay, I see that Councillor Mantis is here, so now he can present his motion. Your member's motion.
We put it on the screen. This is a motion for, yes, this motion, Councillor Fletcher. So I'm just bringing a motion to ask the city solicitor to go to T-Lab, and I would like to hold the item.
All in favor of introduction? Carried. Okay, we'll go back to the mayor's key item now. If we can put the speakers list on the screen. That's the Rapid TO Transit Priority on Dufferin and Bathurst Street. So our next speaker is Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will not be supporting this initiative. I've been following it for probably about 5 years now. I'm a big fan of public transit. I ride the TTC to City Hall or anytime I go downtown. I enjoy it very much when it's reliable. It gives me 25 minutes of reading. It's efficient. We all have parking spots at City of Toronto, at City Hall. In 14 years, I've probably used my spot maybe a couple dozen times, maybe 30 at the most. I do rely on public transit and I take it, and I've also been on the Dufferin buses and the Bathurst buses. I've used surface transit in the areas that we're identifying here. But you know, in November of 2020, we were given a map by TTC of the top 20 surface transit corridors. This is the document here. Bathurst Street was not on it. It was not one of the recommended corridors for this kind of initiative, for dedicated bus lanes. And it was a motion at one of our standing committees, I believe it was executive, that put it on. And if we're to rely on our professional staff, the environmental assessments that are gone, and the technical review that takes place, then we really have to rely on their recommendation that Bathurst Street is not one of the surface transit corridors they recommend. It is before us, and I will be voting against that. You know, Dufferin Street actually has a circuitous route. It comes north to Wilson, and then it kind of stops, and then it continues on from Shepherd. And when I arrived at City Hall, we had dedicated bus lanes north of Shepherd towards Finch. They were 24/7 bus lanes, and I was flooded with complaints about these lanes. They were almost always empty because of the erratic bus schedule, and the live lanes for vehicles were always bumper to bumper, always in gridlock. And it took a couple of tries, but eventually I got them to high occupancy lanes, and as well as motorcycles and cyclists. And the world did not come to an end. We were able to accommodate the importance of surface transit. We were able to accommodate private vehicles. We were able to have them share that lane with, the best of my knowledge, no compromise on public transit. And it seemed to me as this process moved forward, every time we tried to look at off-peak solutions, hove lanes, jump lanes, right-hand turn lanes, we met with enormous resistance. There was nothing, we found ourselves up against a brick wall to try and make any kind of tinkering with this proposal. You know, one of the reasons we're even debating this is because of our transit system that my guess would be we're about 30 years behind schedule. It's important to remember that the Finch station, which is the end of the Yonge line, opened up 51 years ago. And in 51 years, we were unable to build it one stop north to the municipal boundary. And the Shepherd West station opened up in 1996. And it only got its extension 21 years later in 2017. And now, of course, it goes all the way up to Vaughan. This is no way to build a transit system. If they had continued building and taken 3% of their overall budget, because it was a lot cheaper to dig back in those days, we would have probably about 30 new stations, and we wouldn't even be talking about dedicated bus lanes across our city. These lanes will end up with gridlock, air pollution, hurting businesses, taking away parking. It is not something that will go well. It is not something that I can support. The lanes themselves, whether it's Bathurst or Dufferin, people who live in my ward take those routes home. They drive north at the end of the day. They drive south at the beginning of the day. And they will find themselves reduced to one lane to try and get home. And this will be something that we will hear about all city long. You know, we did a temporary lane closure for the Rogers Stadium up in Downsview. And we're trying to make it work, but it resulted in total gridlock, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Next speaker is Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll.
Oh, there it is. Thanks, Madam Alternate Speaker. You know, it's July 23rd today. Tomorrow will be the 2-year anniversary from the day that the RT just rolled off the tracks and ended early. Scarborough RT just gave us a summer surprise. You probably don't, if you don't live in Scarborough, you probably don't hear a lot of caterwauling about how are we surviving without the RT. Lots of people rode that RT every day. How are they doing it? Well, there is a rapid TO network out in Scarborough, and they've lived to tell the tale. They added, while they're not officially rapid TO lanes, very quickly with response through Councillor Thompson's Kennedy business improvement area full of live businesses needing to continue to do trade. We have temporary rapid TO type lanes with all the types of intersection things you have to do, accommodations for businesses and so on and so forth. And that is how people are coping with the fact that for a long time they will have no RT, but also no subway yet. We're a long way from done on the subway. We're a long way from done on the crosstown come to that. And so the Eglinton East rapid TO lanes are crucial. They are making a difference. But I speak to them as a car driver. And I know that what I'm going to say is purely psychological. I have no science to back this up. There's lots of science on the transit experience if you put in these bus-only lanes and you use that bright red marker and the intersection treatments to make sure that you get better compliance. Far better compliance than what happens in my ward along Don Mills Road. Busy lane, busy bus, just as busy as Dufferin, although with fewer challenges along its route. But not being painted bright red, I'm constantly having to make note of how many people don't comply during a peak period as I drive up that road. Not so the red lanes. You get great compliance on them, which means less costly enforcement necessary. You get a big change for the transit rider. But there is a change as a driver. And I know I lost a lane. I know I lost a lane on Kennedy. And when my father was alive, up until last year, I was on that road constantly. When it went in, I thought, well, what's this going to do to me? Because I would turn on Ellesmere to get in and had to deal with that. It actually made the drive better. I don't know if it saved me seconds. I don't know if it cost me seconds or minutes. But psychologically, I was having a better drive. Because the bus is over there now, and I'm over here with the cars, and I feel unimpeded. We're doing our thing, they're doing theirs. Only difference is, over in these two lanes where us cars are, it's about 100 people. Right beside us, in the red lane, there's about 400 people going through the same journey in the same time frame. It's working. It works. And businesses are continuing to work there. I often have to jump over that lane to pull into Crown Pastries. I wish that wasn't there, Councillor Thompson. Please take away Crown Pastries because they're too good. They're just too good. Often stop there for the fam. But I think we have to wrap our heads around that. We can't deny that where these have been implemented, they succeed. And we cannot deny that for years, as far back as when I sat on the TTC Commission, which was long ago, maybe the first half of the previous term, but I think even it was the term before that, people were asking me, what could we possibly do about Dufferin? So much so that I actually took the measure of getting up in the morning. I got up in the morning, went up into the suburbs, and met one of my staff members who lives in the West End so we could take the Dufferin in during the rush hour. And then I went back and took it one afternoon. Yeah, they got a problem. And they've had it that long, at least as long as when I was there. Bathurst, we all know. How many of us have been struggling to get along Bathurst in our young life when we were students and traveling around that neighborhood? These are long standing problems. We cannot side with those people who are forever commenting that Toronto has got to do something with this congestion and traffic and then stand up here and say, except don't change anything. Businesses want us to deal with traffic, and making mode changes and putting people in these vehicles for a safe and efficient ride is how we give them what they want. That's why the Board of Trade has communicated that we should proceed with this. Those are my comments, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Next speaker is Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. For anyone that is familiar with my votes, I'm neither pro-bike lane or anti-bike lane or pro-transit lane or anti-transit lane. I try to just look at the data. No, but look at the data and go with it. And here's the problem I have with this. I'm actually going to ask that the Dufferin one and the Bathurst one be voted on separately. When we put in a bike lane, maybe it's Bloor Street, maybe it's Yonge Street, we get a report back and it's 2, maybe 3 minutes extra time for a vehicle. And we say, hey, that's nothing. 2 or 3 minutes? That's nothing at all. It's inconsequential. But then when we want to put in a dedicated transit lane, we say, wow, we can save 2 or 3 minutes. And you can't have both. 2 or 3 minutes either means something or it doesn't. And to me, 2 or 3 minutes is a very small amount of time. And to go through all that effort for 2 or 3 minutes
I don't see that as a good use of funds. I will support Dufferin Street because I believe that's estimated to be at least 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Short and sweet. Councillor Bradford.
Thank
You're
you.
on. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have two motions on the item here for folks' consideration. The first one is about clarity and accountability. It directs staff to ensure that the data that we collect includes rush hour and other peak periods so that we get a real representative picture of how the transit priority lanes are performing. I think transparency is super important when we do all this stuff and that we're making decisions based on evidence. And I hope council can support this. It's a pretty straightforward step. The second motion is to limit the implementation of the transit priority lanes on Dufferin and Bathurst to a temporary project specifically tied to the FIFA World Cup. Now, this is actually the same approach that the city used during the Pan Am Games. You probably heard about that during my questions. And I think we can all agree here, the framing of this proposal, the rationale of this proposal in front of us today, it wasn't done through staff's research, it was done at executive committee, and the case was made. We had to move forward with this right now because of the FIFA World Cup, which is a major but short-term international event. And I think all of us can agree we want Toronto to shine and put our best foot forward during the World Cup, and that means that people are going to need to be able to get around smoothly. But what's being proposed here in front of us today is not a temporary fix. This is going to be rolled into a permanent reconfiguration of two major corridors. And effectively, it's going to be justified by 6 soccer games. I want to be clear, like all of you, like everyone on council, we support transit. I support making it faster and more reliable. But like a number of you, my colleagues and folks in the community, I have concerns about the data and the modeling that has been done here in an effort to justify this move. And for all the transit enthusiasts in the room and online, you can just read Steve Monroe on the Bathurst and Dufferin bus lanes who states, quote, "A major problem with these claims is that the travel time savings will occur under, quote, worst case situations, commonly in the PM peak, not all day. The percentage increase in all day ridership is simply not credible," end quote. So, effectively what he's saying here is that the claim of daily ridership on the corridors will rise by almost 13,000 on a base of 60,000 is based on this assumption, right? And we also heard from my questions to staff this morning, they're extrapolating the experience on other bus priority lanes out in Scarborough. I mentioned Morningside, I mentioned Kingston Road. And for those of you who have been out there, I can tell you that the context of Kingston Road, of Morningside, of the development patterns, of the adjacency to neighborhoods, it is much, much different than what you're experiencing on Dufferin or Bathurst. So even if the estimates are correct, I don't believe, as Councillor Burnside was saying, shaving as little as 3 minutes off the average transit trip is worth the impact on businesses, local residents, and drivers. That's in keeping with Steve Monroe's perspective as well. And again, sometimes we say 3 minutes is no big deal, and other times we say 3 minutes is actually a principal driver to reconfigure an entire north-south corridor. So there was a lot of conversation about the consultation that did or did not take place, but I think the result has been one that has been absent of collaboration. I know there's a lot of residents and small businesses out there who are concerned. We've all heard from them. It's been in every one of our inboxes. But I went out to Bathurst and I spoke with some of those residents. And they do have concerns about ingress and egress of their neighborhoods, getting home at the end of the day with the turning restrictions, the traffic bottlenecks, the rush hour grid block, the impact on those businesses and parking, trying to get their kids to the rink. Those are all valid concerns, but I would suggest they're also not a reason to abandon this idea in its entirety, but it should be cause for our council to pause and say, we have to proceed with humility, with care, and with evidence. And instead of steamrolling people, which is what our council seems to do all too often, we should be bringing people along. And that requires transparency, data, and accountability. So again, I would just conclude by saying, if the entire rationale for this is the FIFA World Cup, which to me it seems to be, then let's make it about the FIFA World Cup. Let's give ourselves the opportunity afterwards to reflect on the findings of the pilot, determine whether to extend it after having some real-world examples play out. And let's try to actually get this right. Follow the Pan Am model, which is what we did in 2015, which was successful, deliver it during the World Cup, and base our long-term decisions on the facts and not a false sense of urgency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Bravo, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. To the member, are you aware of how many new units of housing are going to come online between DuPont and and the Dufferin Mall in the near future?
Well, I'm aware that the Dufferin Mall has development applications and proposals on the table, and I would imagine when the market recovers...
Thousands. It's thousands, which in case you don't know.
Councillor Bravo, please allow him to answer.
You want me to answer?
No, I just wanted to know if you knew the number.
So you said thousands. What's the number?
I'm asking the question.
Oh, do you know the answer?
So it's thousands of new units.
It doesn't seem like it.
In terms of
Councillor Bradford, please.
In terms of evaluation, are you aware that the proposal and what is before us will include evaluation of how, once my motion is implemented, the street on Dufferin is able to function, that people are able to get the loading zones, get their parking replaced, and have transit improved?
Madam Speaker, this is clarification of the motion. I'm not actually sure if there was any clarification.
I'm talking about the first part of your motion.
Yeah, let me give you an opportunity to go over that. And what I'm doing right now is I wanted to be specific, because a lot of the time when staff and this council go back and ask for additional study and information, we are dealing with broad aggregate numbers. We are looking at 24-hour periods.
Are you aware
So
that
to
my
clarify,
motion already
Councillor
included
Bravo,
that?
please allow him to answer.
I'm sorry,
Well, I'm
Madam
gonna run out
Speaker.
of time.
I'm talking about my motion. You're talking about your motion. But to clarify my motion, I want to add the words including rush hour and peak periods, because I think whether we're talking bus lanes or bike lanes, the tendency is to aggregate the numbers over a 24-hour period, and we don't actually get a good sense of the impact.
Councillor Bradford, Councillor Bravo has another question.
So in terms of saying that, did you do the detailed consultation? Are you aware that thousands of people participated? I myself knocked on every door. We had meetings, and what was brought to executive is a reflection that addresses the majority of concerns, and that there's overwhelming support in Davenport for moving forward on Rapid 2. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware from the consultation discussion that I had with residents, some of whom reside in Davenport, that they hadn't heard from you on it. But that doesn't mean that you didn't reach out. They just hadn't heard from you on it.
Not only have I knocked on doors, we've dropped leaflets, we've attended the in-person consultations.
Okay, Councillor Bravo, please allow, that was your last question. Councillor Bradford, do you want to answer that question?
I'm not sure what the question was.
Are you trying to delay and defer what is actually crucially needed to move transit riders?
Let me answer that question.
Okay, that's it.
Let me answer the question, please, Madam Speaker.
Okay,
what I'm
answer the
trying to
question.
do, and the motion does quite specifically, is scope this project, anchors it to the FIFA World Cup, which you and the executive and the mayor used as the rationale for this entire exercise. I'm trying to scope it.
Councillor,
you don't even get it right.
Councillor Bravo,
if you're going to make the joke, you have to actually nail it.
Councillor Bradford, hold on. Councillor Bravo, please. Councillor Holiday, you have a question, please. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Holiday.
Councillor Bravo raised an interesting question about the number of units that are being built between Dufferin Mall and DuPont. Now, I won't ask you how many there are, but I would ask you, are you aware that that's a PMTSA? And that might explain the density.
Yeah, the PMTSA policies, as brought in by the province, are adding significant density around transit nodes.
Transit stations, and the idea is people would walk to the transit station because those developments are within walking distance, I don't know, 800 meters?
Yeah,
So
correct.
what relevance does the Dufferin bus have to that, walking to the station?
It's a good question.
So all of those developments with respect to this are irrelevant. Would you agree?
The PMTSA has not been rationalized
It's right here.
by the Dufferin bus lane.
And it goes, not quite, but almost up the Davenport.
That's a good point.
And it definitely covers the Dufferin Mall.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, we do our best work when we have long-term plans and then we find opportunities to accelerate them. If you recall the questions I asked of city staff, you will know that council has a climate policy and a transportation policy, both of which rely on creating an accelerated surface transit network for buses, rapid TO. And council has debated it a number of times. In fact, the last time we debated it, Mayor Chow moved a motion to accelerate rapid TO in its studies for feasibility and its implementation. And almost everybody on this council floor, including Councillor Bradford, voted yes, because we all understand that in a growing city, in a city where we're struggling to meet our climate commitments, in a city where we have a fixed amount of road space and more people living here, the only possible path out is to have a surface transit network. That's why Councillor Bradford and almost everybody else in this room voted yes. And then along comes a moment, FIFA, which I won't share my opinions on today, but along comes a moment, and we know that in that moment, we're going to have to do some specific things to make it work. So we take the pieces of the surface transit network that almost everybody, including Councillor Bradford, voted for, and we say, aha, we have a piece that we can drop in to solve our short-term problem and help build the long-term city that we all believe in. A city where it is possible to get around even though the population is growing and the road space is not. A city where we are moving towards a net zero impact on the amount of carbon in the atmosphere. A city where we understand that shared services like public transportation are much more efficient than privately relying on your own transportation. And that's why the suggestion that we put these lanes in and then take them out is so puzzling, it's so confounding. How do you say we need to have a permanent surface transit network and then say, when you put part of it in, take it back out later? That's not building a network, that's not permanent, that's not rapid TO, that's not meeting our climate goals, that's not being consistent. I don't know what it is, but it sure isn't city building. So, we understand why it's important to build the big network. We understand we have an opportunity to build a first and important piece of that in a critical moment when a big event is coming to the city. To me, this is a no-brainer. The most important, asking for numbers, sure, great. Fill the room with numbers. But to me, the most important number is the one that Mr. Cole gave me when I asked, how many people will take transit that don't take it today as a result of these two fairly modest pieces? 21,000 new daily transit riders. That's more than most bus routes carry in a day. This is a really important investment towards building a city where if you don't build the surface transit network, the congestion will become so intolerable that the City of Toronto will fail. So I encourage you, vote no on the motion that Councillor Bradford moved that I don't understand how it achieves the same objectives that he's voted for before, but vote yes for the whole package because you believe in a city that will work and work well in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Candeval to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start with commending everyone involved in this debate. I think it's a great example of having voices from all perspectives inform a very important discussion on how we do transit in our city. We heard clearly from residents, business owners, transit advocates, the city councillors, and of course staff in this incredibly, I'd describe, complex approach to how we use our public spaces. I'll be supporting the motion, but I'd like to use my comments to address what I think are important points that have been raised by members of council and experts. I think we heard very clearly there's a very clear case for Dufferin. And as part of how we do this going forward, it's incredibly important that we look at the nuance, the data, and the perspectives that may differ on other routes. And in question, I think Bathurst requires us the ability to do the diligence to look at the actual impacts, whether we're staffing or rather servicing the TDC routes adequately, the changes to transportation that would necessitate and create the efficiencies that we're looking for. So I think that's incredibly important as we unfold and commit to looking at the implementation and the efficacy from a data perspective on the efficiencies that we're looking for. And I think at the heart of this and why we bring or why we should bring an approach that recognizes the different impacts is we're risking the continuation of a very obvious cultural debate, car culture versus transit culture. And this is incredibly important that we don't risk the benefits of rapid TO as it promotes transit usage, particularly from single occupant users to public transit, that the altar of this important advancement, that we don't exasperate the tension between this cultural debate happening between car usage and transit usage. And this is something I've heard anecdotally, seen directly myself with the red lanes in Scarborough, particularly Morningside and Kingston Road, where there's, I would characterize the dominant discourse is not get rid of the red lanes, certainly not, but there's certainly conversation around different forms of red lane usage, particularly around rush hour, weekdays as alternates that have been offered by residents who have not seen the complete value of it. And the second half of that conversation in Scarborough is being, where's the frequency with the TTC routes? And I think that's paramount to see the success of rapid TO red lanes is increasing the service levels so all residents, all users can recognize their value. So I'd like to close with that commentary that as we proceed with rapid TO, both in the future and currently, that we're very clear that we're going to allow data to drive how and where, and we're reflective and open to conversations that look at modified approaches across our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to begin by thanking staff for their hard work, and thank you to everyone who has reached out and communicated with us about this really important proposal in front of us. I want to particularly thank everyone in my communities who have reached out about this with their questions, with your concerns, with your support, and everything in between. I was able to add to the thorough consultation by hosting an opportunity and a number of meetings to hear specifically from my downtown communities about those concerns and those questions. And city staff were responsive in addressing those concerns, whether they were around turn restrictions or around impact to local streets, among others. Getting around and through our city is a shared priority. That's what our debate and our discussion here has demonstrated again and again. And especially in communities where there are a majority of transit routes or surface routes, like my downtown neighborhoods, and they are some of the busiest. In our growing city, and our city is growing with more people living, working, learning, and enjoying Toronto. That is more people to move every single day. And yes, we will welcome tens of thousands of people next year for the FIFA World Cup. And yes, every big event like this is an opportunity to do good for Torontonians in the immediate term and for the long haul, to get more people on the system and to use big opportunities like FIFA World Cup, like Taylor Swift, to demonstrate that we can be responsive to the needs in a moment, and for a city that people are proud to call home, and for visitors to think about maybe calling home themselves. We have an opportunity to put ourselves on a global stage, encouraging people to visit, enjoy, and plan their movements through Toronto. We need to make sure that people can move around our city, residents, visitors, and workers with greater safety and ease. So why wouldn't we use this opportunity to do that? Our transit system should be the best way to get around our city. And this is an opportunity to try something that we've seen work in Toronto on roads like King Street, to make sure that people can get around in a significantly more predictable, timely, and efficient way. Because people should be able to rely on our transit system to get them to work, meet friends, get to appointments, and enjoy our cities, and allow cars not to get stuck between and behind buses and streetcars, to make sure that emergency vehicles have reliable routes, and to make active transportation for pedestrians and cyclists even safer. What the data shows right now is that our Dufferin buses and our Bathurst streetcars aren't arriving on time. That means more people choosing options that are contributing to congestion, and we have to fix this, and that's what we have in front of us. We have an opportunity to provide relief and give a promising solution a try. And in my community, I've gotten questioned. One of the questions that you've raised here is that what if this makes everything worse? And I share that question, and that's why these recommendations enable staff to keep studying, to be responsive, to address operational and safety issues, and to report back to council. And this includes options, everything from enhanced measures to potential removal. Recommendation 12 is very clear about that. I also appreciate the amendments that Councillor Bravo brought forward at committee that propose specific ways to address many more of the concerns that we have heard and further study traffic infiltration. And in my community, I've also heard a lot of support, a lot of excitement, and also a lot of encouragement that this will help people get to where they need to go when they need to, with more reliability. We are committed to building that confidence. We are committed to working with city staff and TTC staff to make sure that this can be as effective as possible, including better service on these routes, and to take a phased approach while we land this. And we can build a citywide transit priority network with evidence that is data-driven and that has our support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I rise in support of the item in front of us today. I wanted just to speak briefly on the impact that the derailment of the SRT, which Councillor Carroll so rightly pointed out, happened a couple of years ago, and what transferred or what transacted from that, where we were forced to act rather suddenly, in as much as we were aware and planned for Plan B that should something occur, certainly not a derailment in terms of our thoughts and our consideration, perhaps that there was a problem with parts, or perhaps there was a problem with one of the cars, and or it got stuck on the track as it has always done over the years. And so we had to go through this process where we implemented the red lanes on Kennedy Road and on Midland. It had impact. There was lots of discussions. There was effort made by the TTC and the city to respond to the BIA members who were very, very opposed to the implementation of the red lanes on Kennedy Road, very opposed to the notion that there would be only one lane going northbound and so on, and its potential impact to the businesses in the community. And yes, there were some short-term impact. And yes, I suspect that if you were to sample some people today, they would say it continues to be a problem. Not sure how genuine that is, but nonetheless, I think people are allowed to have their views and on their perspective. We've had a similar situation with respect to Midland, because at one point they were talking about simply utilizing Kennedy Road for two-way traffic. That was just a preliminary conversation. However, through discussions with members of the community, BIA and others in my office, as well as the TTC and of course our transportation staff, the view was what would have been the best and most efficient way was to ensure that there was a northbound lane that would feature bus only going northbound on Kennedy Road from Eglinton Station, and similarly a bus lane going southbound on Midland. And clearly there was a need also to make some changes on Ellesmere, where there is a reduction with respect to one lane going eastbound and a portion of lanes from Brimley Road to Midland going westbound and so on. Speaker, people adjust. Recognition that there were some 38,000 people that were traveling daily, that because of the elimination or the crash of the SRT, and literally it crashed, there needed to be plans. And so those plans are put in place. Today, 2 years later, we are living with them. We are able to transfer people back and forth and so on. When the mayor got elected, the mayor and I had a conversation about the bus rapid transit way utilizing the SRT corridor, about what we needed. At the time, we didn't actually have the funds, Mayor, you may recall. What was actually stated was the design funds were put in place. You were very instrumental in terms of ensuring that we got the funds in place, as well as working towards accelerating the work to be done. And I know that there is lots of work that's actually being done now, Speaker. The TTC has been very clear and helpful, as well as transportation staff, in providing my office information, which we have provided. We have councillors who are, I guess, moonlighting as councillors in other councillors' ward, putting out videos and so on and diagrams about what they're doing and stuff, when they actually have no red lanes in their ward. But if you saw the video, you would think that this is something that we're advocating for. What a bunch of rubbish. Rubbish, rubbish. You need to understand that there's been dialogues and communication, as well as buy-in from members of the community, before you stand up and pontificate about how you're going to do things and how you're expecting a report to come forward. What report are you expecting? The one that was already coming forward? Wow, thank you. I'm really enlightened now. But I will tell you that members of my community are always enlightened because I inform them. Now, they may not all be happy, as in this case here with Rapid TO. The fact is, it's got to be done. I didn't have it because of FIFA. I didn't have it because of some of these other things in terms of big opportunity. I had it because people needed it. People needed simply to get to work, back home, and so on. It's done. Let's just do it and get on with it.
Thank you. Okay. So if we can put the motions on the screen. Okay.
A and B.
Pardon?
Can you split? Are they separate? Oh, okay.
Okay, so motion 2A is on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Sachs and Councillor Ainsley, please. Motion 2A does not carry. The vote is 6-17.
Okay, next motion. Motion 2B. Recorded.
Motion 2B carries. The vote is 20-3.
Okay, next motion. Motion by Councillor Matlow. On favor? Recorded.
Councillor Carroll, if we can get your vote, please, and Councillor Pasternak.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Pasternak, if we can get your vote, please.
Motion 1 carries. The vote is 21-2.
Okay, so we're going to have a separate vote on recommendation 3 and 4. Yeah, confirm with him. Is it 3 and 4, Councillor Burnside? Okay. Separate vote for 3 and 4. Okay, there it is on the screen. Yeah, recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, can we have your vote, please?
Councillor Perruzza, please. Parts 3 and 4 of the item carry. The vote is 18-5.
Okay, now item is amended on the balance, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. The balance of the item as amended carries. The vote is 20-3.
Okay, we've completed one item. Okay, so our next item is AU 9.7, Audit of Transportation Services, Improving Utility Cut Permit and Inspection. And Mayor Chow held the item down. So does anybody have any questions to staff? Do we have the auditor here, by the way? Oh, we do. Okay. Okay, let's give a few minutes for the auditor to get settled. And I know that there's a lot of questions on that because we did at Audit Committee have a lot of questions. Right, Councillor Fletcher? And we have to have transportation services as well prepared. Yeah. If we have any questions to staff, can you please put your name on the list? Mayor Chow, you have questions?
This is for Deputy Manager of Infrastructure Service. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm reading this, is that in terms of the utilities cut, so it would be telecom like Rogers, hydro, water, etc. When they do road construction, normally they would need a RODAR's permit. But in terms of record, we really, 87%, according to the AG report, of these cuts or construction had no formal record of approval on file. Am I correct in that? 87 of them have no record? Approval.
Speaker, that is correct.
Okay. That means that we don't know where they might be or that what they might be doing and how long it might take. The second question I have is that more than 1 out of 5 had no inspection, that's 22%. And a third of the work orders, even though there was some inspection, had no detailed information or enough information. And less than half of them have some documentation, but not fully. And that actually only 4% had full information in these inspection work orders. Am I also reading that correctly?
Speaker, that is correct. What the auditor, that is my understanding as well from the Auditor General. There is a lack of consistency around those. It speaks to a lack of consistency around the processes.
We are seeing the same problem. There seems to be a pattern when we were dealing with the snow audit. The inspection, the work orders, or the inspection again, a lot of them had no details or no signatures. and I'm detecting it's the same thing here. It's not the same inspector that do them, right? It's different people?
That is correct. It's different,
Okay.
different groups.
So my last question really is, and I just need to understand it. So am I correct in assuming that since there's no public record of approval of these road construction, then it's really, and that the inspection are close to none in terms of proper record, we're missing the opportunity to coordinate the construction? Because I know under yourself, you have a construction coordination office that are trying to coordinate all the construction so that the congestions would be less since they're all doing the construction together. So how would you be able to do the coordination of construction if 87% of them you have no record of them?
Speaker, what I would say to that is that the Auditor General did her review, and these numbers are correct that you're speaking to, and that was done under a certain point of time. That all said, where we're going now is we have our Strategic Capital Coordination Office, and the idea is to coordinate that with the group, and there is a number of improvements that are underway to improve that, because we can't continue that way.
Exactly. So going forward, you would be able to know where the utility construction are, where the cuts, then you would have the opportunity to coordinate the construction.
Agreed.
Yeah, okay.
We need to know that.
Yes. But they're supposed to, the utility companies like Rogers are supposed to, when they do a cut, provide, or some construction, provide funding for the city. But given that only 87 of them, we don't have a permit for them, the auditor said that we are missing something like potentially $20.4 million. That's the foregone revenue that we are not receiving, right?
Speaker, I think what's really important to recognize is, I just want to go back on something I said earlier. The utility providers do pull permits. They get permits before they do that work. So from that information, we do know where that work is, and we're in the process of going back, trying to recover all of those.
Oh, okay. Oh, good.
Yes.
All right. So then we will have more funds to fill the potholes that are left.
Yeah. But I think it's really important to recognize that they do pull permits for that. So it's not correct to say we don't know exactly where all of that work is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Yep. So I just wanted to follow up on the mayor's questions, Mr. Johnson. So I'm trying to figure out, so when I'm out and about my ward, and there's a utility cut on a road or a sidewalk, and it's been there for a while, you can tell by the state of the pavement that it was a utility cut, and I'll take a picture of it, submit it through the 311 app, and I'll get a response back that we don't know why that utility cut is there, or it's an unpermitted utility cut. How does that get dealt with? And I don't understand how a utility is doing unpermitted utility cuts.
Speaker, what I'll start by saying, but I will turn this over to the division to answer that response. First of all, is the utility provider is required to get permission before they do that cut. That is our expectation, they get it. As far as for your explanation around how that happened, I will need to turn it over to the general manager.
Speaker, the short stream permits are what's issued for, and has always been issued for a utility cut permit. There is emergency work that is often happening with utility providers, and so they will often go in without a permit, which makes the record keeping very difficult. I think the other thing that's really important to know is that there have been issues, and we appreciate the auditor's recommendations, because our process was quite paper-based and very inconsistent. We did not have sufficient staffing for inspection information, which also leads to some of the challenges that you're describing. We've since consolidated that program. We have new technology either in place or on the way, and we are working to really make that more regular so that when somebody submits those 311 photos and information, it can be routed directly to the right people. That permit information can be looked up through our RODAR system. We can understand how long that cut is going to be open and in place and take the appropriate action up to and including getting the pavement degradation fees restored.
Okay, and that'll apply, Ms. Gray. So I take a picture of a utility cut on a sidewalk, send it into 311, and staff will get back to me and say there shouldn't be a utility cut there. I'm like, well, that's great, but it's still there. I sent you a picture, so that will fix those utility cuts, or that'll...
Well, that would then give us the opportunity to investigate that location, trace it back to where, whether it was permitted or unpermitted, was there any connection with our work zone team who would enable them to be able to do that work there, and then take the appropriate steps to determine if they owe us additional fees because of the pavement issues or to get some inspection out there. But I really can't stress, and the auditor's recommendations were really quite on point, is that we needed to modernize this program. We've done a lot of work to do that, and we have a lot more work still to do in terms of getting technology and people in place to be consistent in our delivery.
Okay, and then my last question, Madam Speaker. So I'm trying to understand, and I don't know who this is for, so the 311 app. So part of the process of the 311 app is that if I have a work order, I'm asking for an SRO. One of the last functions of the app process is to submit a picture. And lately I've been getting comments from staff back saying they can't find the utility cut or the issue that I'm filing about because they don't have a picture. And I'm kind of flummoxed because I'm sending a picture in of the problem through the app. But it's not getting to frontline staff.
It's not getting back to ours. So
who wants it?
Speaker, the pictures are, if they come in, they exist in the 311 system. It's a training issue about how to access them and how to get them over to staff consistently in order to action them. Is that fair?
But the app's been in existence for 4 years. I don't understand why we're still training staff on how to access a picture. It's very frustrating for me, and I'm sure residents, that when you file an SRO number, and I know that staff aren't directly contacting residents when they can't find a utility cut, but their staff are calling me or emailing me and saying, no idea where this utility cut is. I'm like, I sent you a picture. Like,
Sorry, Councillor, we've been having a little bit of challenge sort of figuring out which picture is which. So in terms...
So I sent the SRO app. At the end of the app process, it asks you to provide a picture if you have it. So I'll take a picture of the utility cut, submit it, get my service request order number, and then I've been getting staff coming back to me saying, I can't find this utility cut, it's very difficult to find. And I'm like, I don't understand why, because I submitted a picture through the 311 app, and staff will say, I don't have a picture.
Through the speaker, so we are integrated with 311 to receive those photos into our work management system, and they should be available for investigators. We'd be happy to look at some examples with you after this meeting and take back some lessons learned.
I also think, Councillor, that it is actually just since 2024 that we have pulled our utility team together in a consolidated fashion. And so while we've been working from very sort of paper-based programs and previous to that, and so there will still be some time where we are training and also training people in the field. I mean, the same issue will come up in winter as well, as how do we have the tools and technology to actually have consistent communication between our field staff back to 311, back to the customer. And I think the Closing the Loop program is going to help with this tremendously.
Thank you. I gave you an extra minute, Councillor Easy. Councillor Perruzza?
Where are you? Anthony? You've wasted 15 seconds.
Could you start my clock again? Would that be okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh my
thank
God.
you. Thank you so much. Just so
start
remind me. So, how many how many permits do we issue annually?
Speaker, we issue 35,000 permits, short stream permits.
35,000 we issue, and roughly how many do you estimate of utilities type work happens without permit? I'll explain. The type of work, for example, where Bell Telephone comes to run a wire, hooks up to the green box, wraps the wire around the tree, around the pole, into the person's house, and it's not really a permit because they've done no digging.
Right,
But you got
that's
wires
correct.
dangling
Yes.
everywhere.
You're correct, Councillor. There's not a permit issued for that work because it is not, there's no excavation.
Right. And so how many of those happen annually, more or less?
It would be hard to estimate.
Right. Okay. Remind me, because I've been at this for a bit. We used to require utility companies to post a letter of credit or a note or a deposit of some kind around their work, where the city was able to then draw on if there were deficiencies in that work or work that was left undone. And we no longer do that. Why don't we do that anymore?
Speaker, we do that for the telecom permits.
But why don't we do that across the board? Hydro, Enbridge, the gas, and everybody else. Telephone.
Through the Speaker, in addition to the letters of credits available for telecoms, we do also have the ability to charge back utilities for work that's taken place and that's already written in the bylaw.
So let me ask you this question then. How many times have you charged back a utility where they've gone out and done an excavation and 3 years later the ground has settled and there's a swale and we go back and fill it in and don't charge back the utility company? How many times do we do that?
So, Councillor, that...
How many times have we charged back the utility companies that you're aware of?
Do you know the number? Speaker, I don't know the number. I will tell you, though, that the previous to 2018, when transportation services used to do those utility cuts, there was a long lag time before when they would get completed, and there was lots of issues with charging back, because we would charge back the companies, and there would be lots of time lost in disputes between various invoices for some of the things you're describing about the degree of settlement, et cetera. And so that's why we have moved to modernize this program, coordinate it, and have the technology and the inspections so that we don't have those problems in the future.
So let me ask the question then another way.
Okay.
How does the modernized system help us deal with a contractor who has gone out from a utility company, dug up either on our boulevard or on someone's front lawn, then they filled in their work, they get their work inspected or not inspected, they move on, and then 3 years later there's a sinkhole, a big depression both on the boulevard and on the front lawn. How does the new modernized system get that utility company to go back and pay for that, to repair that work or finish that work?
So, Speaker, I'll tell you the technology that we are building or have in place that we did not have in place up until 2024 is going to help. But I would also say, and that's three components. There's a permitting system through a system called RACS, which is where they would come in and be able to provide us with a lot more information than they do today. There is the RODAR system, which we've talked about via congestion management, where now they have to get a timed permit, a time that they're going to be in the road or on the boulevard to do that work. And then they also have to close out that permit so that we know when we can time that inspection. And then the last piece of that is issuing work orders through Maximo. So we have the second two pieces in place. The permitting software piece is the one we're trying to get in place now, and the auditor referenced this in her report as well, that we needed that technology consistently to be able to manage the program. The other piece of it, just one last bit, is that the sinkhole pieces that are often caused by that settlement can be challenging to track, but if we know who the utility is who did the work, we have a much better shot of getting them back out there. 3 years is a long time because it's often beyond the warranty period, but in 2 years there's a warranty, and so having consistent record keeping and the ability to track that gives us the ability to charge back more consistently.
Yeah, I'm so glad that my question gave you all the time to yeah.
Thank you,
sure.
Councillor.
Yes, because you're running out of time, Councillor.
But I know what
Last
I'm going to say.
question.
No worries. I know, I'm good. I'm good.
You're good? Okay,
I'll deal
thank
with it
you.
through my,
Speaker
my other
Nunziata?
stuff.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Going back to permits, so transportation. So when a utility company, for example, Bell, comes and closes one lane of traffic for weeks, do we not get notified of that?
Deputy Speaker, the work zone team would get notification of that. Again, it's been inconsistent until we've had our radar system in place so that we can track that. And so, yes, that's the answer.
So for example, at Scarlett and St. Clair, for the past 2 weeks, they've closed one lane of traffic and it's congested. You can't go under the bridge. And nobody knew what they were doing until we had to find out that it was Bell. And we weren't notified. Residents weren't notified. The council wasn't notified. This is like closing a street. It's not a sidewalk. It's a road.
Who did they notify?
We actually close a road. So anyway, we found out it's Bell. So I guess my question would be, when they do something drastically like that, where they're going to close a road, one of our roads, lane of traffic for weeks, there should be notification. Do you agree?
Through the chair. Yes, so telecommunication companies are required to notify the councillors' offices. It's very hard for us to track that. However, we would know which roads are closed through our new radar system. This was just implemented in April 2025, but transportation would know which roads are closed and for who.
And perhaps we need a secondary process, Councillor, that would then make sure that if the utility company is not notifying the councillor's office, that there's a secondary notification from staff.
Yeah, because I wasn't notified and residents were calling me and asking me what the heck's going on. I said, I don't know. So I had to find out it was Bell. Yeah, I mean, because it's causing traffic congestion.
Yes.
I mean, and it's going to happen for the next couple of months. So
Right.
it's not just a few days, right? So my next question is, when we do these utility cuts, and I know we asked this question at the audit committee, when all this work is being done, there's pylons everywhere in the city. Work is completed, and then you see work has been completed for weeks, and then you still see these pylons on the sidewalk, on the boulevard, on the road. Who is responsible for removing these pylons? And I mean, the work is completed, so why is the pylons there for a year? Nobody removes them.
Deputy Speaker, those pylons should be removed. They're the responsibility of the person who's doing the work, whether that's a utility company, a developer, road construction. And after audit committee, we actually went back and we sent a letter reminding the companies that gather through our Toronto Public Utility Coordinating Committee, reminding them of their obligations to remove those pylons. And we will continue to emphasize that with them because it is their responsibility to do.
Yeah, and I gave you the one for Jane and St. Clair, and I guess you went and removed it, but it should have been...
They went and removed it, but we called and made sure that they did.
Yeah. Okay, because I think that's an issue citywide. I think
is.
other
I would
councils were
agree.
having that issue as well.
I would agree.
And it's very sightly, you know, especially if it's on the sidewalk or on the boulevard. Thank you.
I'm just going to ask the Auditor General about best practice, because that's really what we're looking at here. If some of the suggestions you're hearing, would best practice not be, and would it be possible to have, in the circumstance that the speaker was just talking about, where detritus is left, cones, garbage, everything for a period of time, that the onus should be on that contractor and there should be a cost for leaving something behind. I'm just looking for best practice.
Through the speaker, so the bylaw actually requires the companies
Okay,
to
just
remove.
one sec, please. Councillor Perruzza and Councillor Holiday, please. Well, the auditor is trying to answer a question and you're
You're standing right in front of the
talking.
auditor.
Okay,
Anthony,
please.
you're standing in
You're
front
standing
of
in
the
front of the
Auditor
auditor.
General.
Okay, go ahead.
So
Sorry.
Through you, Speaker, the companies are required to remove the pylons per the bylaw.
But if they've not removed them, what are the consequences, or what would best practice be for consequences? The fine, chargeback? Should they have to leave extra money behind in case they leave a mess?
So through the Speaker, I believe that there are some new fines that are coming into practice that management could speak to more.
What are the fines, or not fines? I want that money up front so that they know they are going to have to spend more if they don't leave a clean street.
We don't do, right? Speaker, so I understand what you're asking, Councillor, about money up front. We now have this RODARS fee that's a daily fee that they have to pay. They also have to book the time that they're actually going to be out there doing the work, which gives us an indication of when they're going to be done so that we can better schedule those inspections. And if they stay longer, they have to pay more.
But they're not really staying longer on the job. They're just leaving all their crap behind. And so I don't see how they're getting dinged for not leaving the street in a clean fashion.
So through the chair, we are implementing a phase 2 of the RODARS system where utility companies are going to be required to close off their permit. So if they say that they're going to be off the road on a certain day, they're going to have to be providing us with photos that all of the cones have been cleared from the site, and then that we will use that as confirmation in addition to our inspection that they have been vacated the road.
Why hasn't that been in place? It's not RODARS. It's here's our job is done. Here's the picture. We're done.
Councillor, Speaker, we have been very short-staffed in this program, and it's been kind of spread out throughout the division. And so part of this modernization activity was to pull it together under the leadership of one group, under Antonia's leadership, and fix a lot of these problems. So
okay. I'm just going to also ask for best practice. And Councillor, Speaker Nunziata talked about, now there's the road, that's Bell. They don't need a permit. They don't need to tell us. But what would best practice? Would it not be to have something there that everybody, whoever is working on our roads, needs to show what they're doing and who they are?
Through the Speaker, so that is required. So there is supposed to be a notice that is posted with a QR code that is part of the RODARS approval process. And before the new system, it was a manual system. So even before the system, there was a requirement
supposed to be a
for
sign
notification.
that tells you. So how do we have a situation where there's no sign on that street, or no sign on Gerard, or no sign on Carlaw? I would have to say, if there's a situation where there's never any signs, ever, then what's your answer to that? Is it working or not working?
Well, through the Speaker, as you've noted in our audit report, there were only 13% of utility permits that had RODARS approvals, so that shows there's much improvement needed.
So even before RODARS, did they not need a sign? Is that not best practice? Do we not have that up?
Yes, the sign was always required.
So obviously, let's just talk about what's realistic. Common sense is to let people know what's happening. Whose responsibility is it to let people know what's happening? And if they're not doing it, what's the consequence? Apparently nothing.
Yes, so through the Speaker, Transportation Services has the oversight responsibility for the utility companies to hold them accountable.
So the consequences of not doing it, what are they?
the consequences previously were not adequate in order to get compliance.
What are they now?
Now, as of April 1st, the requirement to have the posted signage and QR code, the requirement to pay a fee
And
through
if they're
RODARS,
not
a
up
daily
now,
fee,
like that example
Then
and my
they're-
examples, now what?
then they will get charged. So we
How
need
much?
to have those examples.
How much?
I don't have that. It depends. I hate to say it depends, Councillor, but it depends on the duration and the scope of the work. We are also, in terms of best practices, we're in the process of working with an external consultant to monitor and look at other jurisdictions so that we can continue to improve our practice.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I know I asked about this at audit, but we didn't really finish it off. Traffic cones, there's big ones, little ones. I don't know what they cost, 20 bucks, 50 bucks. And the question I asked was, do you believe there's, along those lines anyways, do you believe there's an incentive for the contractors to go and pick these up afterwards, recognizing the cost to dispatch a crew, send them out to a job site to pick up cones is probably fairly expensive versus the cones that don't cost very much, especially if they're used. So where are we at with that? Did we figure out what the costs were? And is the fees adequate? Are the fees adequate to provide an incentive for someone to go out and clean up that stuff?
Through the chair, the fees are not insignificant for cones. However, we do feel that the fees that the companies would be charged for additional days out on the right-of-way is sufficient enough for them to want to get rid of the cones and clear the site.
So can you give me an example of what companies are paying per day to not finish the last little bit of the job? Doesn't have to be exact.
I believe it's $382 a day.
A day.
Through the speaker, it's a variable fee based on the type of road class that they're occupying and the number of days and the amount of length of the closure. The fees range from approximately anywhere from about $2 to up to $40 per day per lane closure.
Can you give me a little bit more of a sense of what that means? So what is the tipping point that would provide the incentive for someone to go and dispatch a crew to go pick up their stuff?
Speaker, I think this is I will say we don't have an answer to your question, Councillor Holiday, but I think it is a very important thing for us to examine with our third-party consultant about what best practice is, because clearly we are in need of best practices to apply here.
How do we get there? Like, staff appreciates the problem I'm getting at with the questions. How do we get there? Just to incentivize people to close out the job, because $2 a day, they leave it for 50 days, it's still not worth sending a crew.
So one more enhancement that we're working on implementing is a cut permit completion report that will be done at the end of all of the work. And as part of that work, the permit holder needs to attest that they've removed all of the stuff from the right-of-way. So we are taking efforts, and we're also requiring before and after photos that will help us verify and schedule inspections.
The last question I have is, what if a homeowner or a business just gets fed up and says, you know, look, these pylons have been here for weeks and weeks and weeks. They clearly serve no purpose. The job's done. Can they just take them and throw them out or remove them? Are they property of the city? Are they property of the contractor? Have they been deemed abandoned? You know, they make great temporary hockey nets. You know, like what can be done to put this into other people's hands if we just simply can't get people to go out and finish this stuff off? Cone collection, yeah.
Through the speaker, the cones would be the property of the actual contractor who's placed them there. However, that being said, in matters where there's been a number of escalations, we could pursue removing those through the city and potentially charging back utilities.
So the staff would dispatch a truck. One of our wonderful staff will pick those cones up and bring them back to the yard, I guess, and they probably got an entire corner full of cones. Do they have to label their cones, by the way?
They do typically label their cones just as a matter of knowing that they're theirs.
But they're not required to do that.
I don't believe so. I'd have to double check.
And how come I see lots of City of Toronto cones getting used by all kinds of people?
And cones do tend to move around.
They pick them up.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. So I have the $20 million question. And forgive me if this has been maybe asked before, but we haven't been recovering fees for permits since about 2018. What's contributing to that? Why do we have a $20 million or thereabouts, I guess, $20 million worth of fees that just aren't being collected?
Through the chair, pavement degradation fees are found to be very hard to collect currently because of the current system that we have in place where the utilities are responsible to do the repairs. And we do not have all of the cut sizes for those repairs. And that's why we're unable to collect the pavement degradation fees. They're based on the cut sizes.
So our technology, our new technology is going to help us with that, Councillor. So it's not that we're not collecting permit fees. We are collecting permit fees. This is the fee that is charged when the cut actually degrades the pavement, and we charge back the utility to bring it back up to a permanent condition.
So we charge them back to restore the cut that they
the impact that cut has had on the pavement, the degradation of the pavement due to the cut. We also have a 5-year moratorium in place by which unless it's deemed an emergency, the utility company is not supposed to cut pavement within 5 years of it being repaved.
So when we charge them back, so how does the issue of the permit fees, the issues of them recovery of permit fees, do they pay for their permits?
They do pay for their permits.
Okay.
We are also, the pavement degradation fees that we have not collected since 2018, we are still expecting to collect them. We're working with the utility companies to get more specific information on the cut size, and we will pursue the collection of those fees. We've already started to pursue the collection of those fees.
All right. So up in my area, in Etobicoke North, we've got major hydro work currently going on, has been going on for a number of months. Our office has been monitoring. We've been in communication with hydro. There seems to be delay after delay. There's major road restoration that needs to take place. How does that process work? Can we count on hydro to completely restore the road to what it was before they started the work?
Through the chair, yes, it would be Toronto Hydro's responsibility to restore the road.
In its entirety. Now, if that road is subject to maybe road restoration anyway, do we coordinate so we resurface the complete road? So they do their share, but there's another half a kilometer of road that needs to get done. Do we coordinate it so we do the complete work together in partnership with hydro?
That is the best. We make best efforts to do that, Councillor. I would say it doesn't happen consistently. Certainly with Toronto Water, we have a bit of a better outcome, I think. We try to coordinate the work with Toronto Hydro as well. A lot of the work that we're doing to upgrade our systems through the Strategic Capital Coordination Office give us more capacity to do that. But it is not, I would say it's not done consistently now.
It's not done consistently.
I would say it's not done because I would say there's still plenty of examples in the city
Yeah.
where you see a trench that's been restored that's consistent with the requirements, that there is still a lane or additional work that to the residents doesn't look like it's completed, which I think is the challenge that we have.
Yeah, we need to do a lot better in terms of how they conduct the work and when they have lane closures. Councillor Nunziata, Speaker Nunziata mentioned earlier that there's hydro work going on Scarlet Road in St. Clair. Outside of my area, but I share the concern because I take that route many times to come down to City Hall. It was a mess there today. It was a disaster. Very poor signage, very unsafe. And it's been there longer, I think. It's been there for a while. They have an officer on duty. Coordination of that was very poor. Is there a communication breakdown between our office and Hydro? Should we not be supervising that kind of work? Because I had similar problems even up in Islington and Rexdale.
So we do coordinate with Hydro. I would say that, and I have to look into the details of this case, which I will do with our work zone coordination team, Councillor. But certainly part of the goal of the Strategic Capital Coordination Office is to have better data and information earlier from our utility partners, especially the big ones like Hydro, that are external, so that we can better plan. But I would also say it is the responsibility of our work zone team to ensure that we have appropriate traffic mitigation when there's going to be those closures. And if we're not going to resource that, then it should be Hydro that resources that.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you. Thank you to our audit folks for this work. To staff, as part of the recommendations looking at the creation of a tracking system, etc., in reflection, to what extent is the hierarchy of the division can inform the tracking system? Were there any gaps or any areas for improvement in terms of reporting model or hierarchy?
Speaker, I'm not, I'll take a whack at it, Councillor, and let me know if I've answered the question, because I'm not sure I understand the hierarchy part. I will say that our organization, we had utility cut management in a couple of different locations. We had our inspectors in one group and we had our permit issuers in another group. And we brought all those folks together under the leadership of one manager and director, so that we could have more, just by virtue of doing that, have more consistency in our practices and the ability to communicate more effectively. In terms of the technology was the other piece about the hierarchy of the cuts. Could you?
No, sorry, about the staffing model. So what you described, is that a new step we're taking?
Yes, that's a step that we put in place. We started in 2024, and we also had significant staff vacancies in the inspection teams, and so we've staffed up. I think we were up to 20 inspectors now, where we were down to 4 or 5 for quite some time. And so the staffing component, the technology piece, the ability to have information through the RODAR system, all of those are within the last year or a few months. And so again, the auditor's recommendations are right on point, the 14 recommendations. Our program is still very early in its transformation. And so we will be, I'm sure, reporting back, and hopefully we'll have much stronger numbers to come in the future.
Thank you. And in relation to communication with councillors' offices, how will that be revised?
So I know that on the large scale works, we have been working with the Strategic Capital Coordination Office to ensure that the projects that they're bringing out and briefing councillors on at the beginning of the year and doing a check-in, I believe, in the middle of the year, incorporate that information. They've done a great job of reaching out to Hydro and Enbridge and some of our other utility partners and making sure that they can provide us with that information sooner. And then certainly our work zone coordination team also should be providing notification for major closures to councillors as well. If that's not adequate, it's something we can certainly look at in our best practices review.
Thank you, Barbara. And I think my office will share kind of our experience, but it's in light with some of the recommendations and that you're sharing. In relation to Hydro, how would you characterize their response and their kind of their work in relation to these recommendations?
I would say that they're a good partner in trying to work through some of these issues with us. They have a huge volume of cuts, right? So 50% of the utility cuts that happen in the city are through Hydro or Toronto Water. And so they have a very significant component of the work. They've transitioned to the utility company, them having to do the final pavement restoration relatively quickly. We've certainly had lots of conversations with them about various components of the program, but I would say they're reasonably responsive.
And is there scope for Hydro to communicate or improve communication with councillors' offices directly or through city staff?
I would say it's probably through city staff. If there's other practices that we want to see happen, we can bring that to, again, the Toronto Utility Coordinating Committee. We meet with them on a monthly basis, and Hydro has representatives there, so we have a pretty direct communication loop with them.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. To speak, Mayor Chow? You don't want to speak? Do we have any speakers on this item? Okay, put your name down, put your name down. Well, push the button. He can't find the button. Okay, there you are, Councillor Perruzza to speak.
That button, okay?
We're good.
Madam Speaker. So I was just waiting for a number, and I'm just going to make up sort of a hypothetical number, and when it gets to me, I'm going to give you the exact number. We manage, as a city, building permits. We manage building permits from A to Z, to Z. We manage them from A to Z, and we do an absolutely bang-up job. I'm going to pick a number. We manage 50,000 building permits a year. Okay, but I'll correct that in a sec when I get the actual number of what we managed at the peak and the low. So you come in and you say, I want a building permit because I want to build a veranda in front of my house. As a ratepayer, as a resident of this city, you know what we say to you? Give us some plans. We'll give you a permit. By the way, you got to give us a deposit for the curb and the sidewalk. You got to give us a deposit for the tree. You got to give us all these deposits up front. Now you can go and do your veranda. And God forbid should you damage the curb, the sidewalk, or anything else, or the tree. You know why? You know what we'll do? We will take all your deposits, fix the sidewalk, fix the curb, plant some other trees, right? And if it costs us X of your deposit, you'll see why at the end of it. And you know what? We always get to have immaculate infrastructure at the end of the day. So if you're a resident of this city and you want to do something and build something, dig something, we will allow you to do that. But you are going to make sure that the city infrastructure, the public infrastructure, the public right-of-way, the public curb, the public sidewalk, and everything else that is public, including your private tree, is well maintained and in good order at the end of it. Probably in better order at the end of the work than it was at the beginning of the work. But utility companies, Hydro, Enbridge, Gas, Bell, Rogers, they run a free-for-all across our infrastructure. We manage fewer of those permits, and we allow them to just simply, here's what they do. They gouge the residents for their service. Whether it's Bell, you're overpaying. Whether it's gas, you're overpaying. Whether it's hydro, you're probably paying more than you should. And everybody else. And you know what they ask you at the end of the day? Is to say, you, sir or madam, now are going to pay some more to fix the sidewalks and the curbs and the boulevards and all those other areas that the utility companies left unfinished as a result of their work. So, dear resident, you get to pay twice. You get to pay once for the bill, and then you get to pay to fix the public infrastructure that they basically leave unfinished or in a shoddy state. And those are the permits that they apply for. Forget the ones that they don't apply for. You know, the makeshift wires from the box up to the tree, across the hydro pole, along the fence, into your home. Try to get one of those fixed. Try to get one of those fixed. Right? Those dangling wires, you know, kids riding their bike on the sidewalk, you know, you got to, duck from the wire, otherwise the wire is going to clip you, and throw you off your bike, right? Try to get that wire fixed.
5 seconds.
By the utility company that did that shoddy work.
Why?
So, we manage permits. We need to find the same way to manage those permits.
Okay, thank you.
Lay down a deposit, put up your money, and then if you don't fix it, we'll fix it.
Do we have any more speakers? No? Okay. Does on the item, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Now, members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. CC 3220, 220 and 230 and 240 Lake Promenade, and 21 and 31 Park Boulevard, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, request for directions. Councillor Morley has advanced circulated a motion with a confidential attachment. The next Okay, our next item is AU 19.9 FIFA World Cup 2026. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down, and we do have the Integrity Commissioner that's here as well. So if we can have staff come forward on this item. Okay, do we need anybody else, Councillor Fletcher, that you want to ask questions to?
Speaker, I'll just be clear, because this was best practice and the Auditor General showed with staff, I asked the Integrity Commissioner can be here because we did have a report on best practice as well. I just don't know where they're going to be sitting, but we need Auditor General and Integrity Commissioner.
Can they sit at the back there?
I don't know. You're the speaker.
Well, okay, come on down, guys. Sit over there.
Forward. Scooch over.
You can sit over there where Councillor Crisanti is talking. Over there. Behind Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Cole.
No, over there.
Okay, we've got everybody seated. So questions to staff. If you have any questions to staff, please put your name on the list. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, if you can put your name on. Oh, go, Counselor Perks has put his name on. Okay, Counselor Perks and then Counselor Perks, questions?
Thank you. My first few questions are for the Integrity Commissioner. I know this is a report from the Auditor General, but it's generally on what constitutes good governance in managing a bidding process. From reports that you have done or your predecessor has done, would you say that this followed best practice in terms of compliance with our code of conduct? The FIFA bidding process. Would you say it followed best practice in terms of complying with the code of conduct?
In the context of the process, my predecessor filed a report with council, and in that report, it examined the former Mayor Tory's personal relationship, and in that context, he found that there was 2 violations of the code of conduct. So in that context, no.
So could you tell me a little bit more about what the violations of the code of conduct were so that we can make sure we establish procedures so that doesn't happen again?
The one that's most germane, in my view, is that former Mayor Tory had a relationship with a person who was a member of his staff and then became a contractual part-time member of MLSE, the Maple Leaf Sports Entertainment, who had a role in negotiating or coordinating the negotiation for the contract. In April 2022 and July 2022, this council voted on the status of the negotiations and then a proposal to exclusively work with MLSE. The former mayor at that time debated both of those motions and did not recuse himself, even though by voting on those motions, that person he had a personal relationship with then transformed from a contractual part-time position to a full-time position. And my predecessor found that that's in violation. By him refusing to recuse himself for those 2 motions, he was in violation of Article 8, which is conflict of interest. And that conflict of interest relates to not only a real conflict, but an apparent conflict. So the best practice actually is abiding by and adhering to not only to the word of the code of conduct, but to the spirit of it and acting ethically.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thank you. Just quickly to the Auditor General, your best practice, you found that we probably should have had better practice than delegating all that authority and waking up with the $400 million hangover when we gave that responsibility to staff, correct?
So through the speaker, we do have recommendations in our report around when there is delegated authority to make sure that there's timely reporting back from staff.
And that didn't happen. We didn't get
Correct.
a report back that said this might cost you or will cost you $400 million. So that became a surprise. Would you agree with that?
There was a gap between 2018 and 2022 in terms of the staff providing an update to council.
Right. So we didn't get any update because we delegated the authority, and whoever was in charge then believed that they didn't have to let council know. We love FIFA, but we didn't expect a $400 million bill. That's kind of what happened, correct? We wanted to do something and we have $400 million that we weren't advised would happen, correct?
Just to
Not
clarify,
quite?
through the speaker, so in terms of the changes in the cost estimate, there were reasons for those changes. So there was some uncertainty in terms of the initial cost estimate.
But we weren't really advised it would be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. It went up.
There was not, and we have recommendation in our
Right.
report that there should be,
Exactly
even when there's
right.
uncertainty, it should
Thank
be
you.
outlined at the beginning.
We're talking about best practice that was not followed by council. We should have done that. We allowed the delegated authority with no oversight for delegated authority. I just want to remind everybody of that. Not such a good idea because now we have this big bill. And to the Integrity Commissioner, there was, because I asked you to come today because we then, as council, abrogated our authority, and now we have the $400, that's no problem, $400 million bill. And at the time, the former mayor, the Integrity Commissioner report showed that he should have recused himself and was part of poor decision-making around this FIFA bid and violated the code of conduct, correct?
That's correct.
And I just wonder, because I don't know if that went, you'll have to remind me if Mr. Batty's report went into the fact that a letter of intent was signed between the city and MLSE, or there was a letter of intent that included Rogers, which owns MLSE, or sorry, MLSE in the city, and the former mayor sits on the Rogers board. So was that a problem or not? Or did that get identified at the time?
There was an early report in December 2022 that looked at the relationship between Active Toronto and the Blue Jays and former Mayor Tory. So that report outlined those connections.
So there's connections, and perhaps that should have been not that anyway. There should have been a recusal period around the FIFA bid. From the former mayor.
That's correct.
And then I'm going to ask the current city manager, should we ever wake up in the morning and find out we have a $400 million bill after giving staff delegated authority? Do you not think there was time when we should have had that check-in? This doesn't have anything to do with the fact that the mayor had a conflict of interest at the time, but it does have to do with the amount of delegated authority that you might like or you might ask us for, and then we have a bit of a hangover the next day.
Well, Speaker, what I always like is that when it comes to the budget, there's full information coming to council. At times, delegated authority helps us work within that budget, but in terms of the actual budget and the costs, knowing what that envelope is, we should have much more check-ins, because this budget was not well defined in the beginning, and that's what caused the change. And through that process, council should have been aware of where those increases were coming.
Do you have any idea if any, and you weren't here at the time? You weren't in this role at the time.
I wasn't in this role at the time.
Did you have anything to do with FIFA at the time?
So I was becoming involved with this around the time this happened.
So was there anybody anywhere that it, I guess calling a conflict of interest is up to you. Nobody else can tell me I have a conflict of interest. But at some point, sometimes people might say, you know, you might have a conflict of interest, you should be careful. Do you know if that ever happened with staff to the former mayor? I'm asking you, and I'm asking Integrity Commissioner, any idea if anybody ever mentioned that and said, oh, red light, be careful, because we have $400 million now?
That was your last question.
So, Speaker, I'll answer first and then turn to the Integrity Commissioner. There was no situation that I was involved in where I felt that there needed to be a conversation. So for the limited involvement I had, no.
Thank you.
Through the chair, as you know, councillors come to me for advice. That advice is confidential. I'm not allowed to disclose who came and for what reason. And we hope that they follow that advice, but I have no control over that part. So unfortunately, I can't answer your question the way it's posed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
To the city manager, from time to time, authority gets delegated by council. And I guess in this case, a very significant amount of authority was delegated. In this case, a significant amount of authority was delegated, along with a situation that had quite a bit of risk or variability to it. City manager, do you have advice for council with respect to when and where and why council would delegate authority to you?
Well, Speaker, I think delegation of authority is important when, A, things have to happen at a pace within defined envelopes that don't always allow for the cycles of committee and council to happen. And then once we are into something where we're delivering and it's well understood what that envelope is, delegation of authority allows us to do the work. So you see this repeatedly on projects, and capital projects would be a great example of it. We do a lot of work, billions of dollars of work over time, Much of that is delegated to staff to complete. However, the beginning portion of it, the what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how much it is always a discussion that happens here first. So the delegation of authority helps us go do. The gap that I agree entirely with the Auditor General is we need the check-in points so that you have full understanding of what go do means and how much resource that will entail.
So that's the point, is there's variables that get determined over time, details, important information comes up. And I think what the auditor is trying to say, and you can agree or disagree with my understanding, is that it's important to come back to council to check in, to make sure that council has full line of sight of details that matter. Is that your understanding as well?
It's my understanding and wholly agree. And I think the structures we have in place now on a number of things help us to do that. And that's where things like subcommittees of standing committees can be very useful. Okay. I know that council has the same goals, which is we don't want to slow things down or ruin opportunity, but there has to be some mechanism for us to have that constant check-in.
At times, council is charged with confidential information, but would you agree that the principle is to keep as much of that out in the open, because the difference between council and the public is actually quite narrow? We may have to shoulder confidential information for very specific reasons, but eventually it is really the information owned by the public. And would you agree that as a principle, in a delegation scenario, we should be trying to promote as much transparency as possible?
Absolutely. The transparency only stops when we get into situations of a legality, a commercially confidential situation, which is, even on the FIFA file, is tiny in comparison to the other elements of this project.
Did we, I hope I get the right word here, abrogate our responsibility to you in this process by delegating it? Wash our hands. Your issue, city manager. Or is council ultimately responsible in your view or your experience?
Well, Speaker, I'd say there's always a shared accountability. Again, we are here to implement the direction of council, and so I think that was happening. The gap was the communication pieces that occurred. I think in my time that has been, I've had a different experience. So the 18 to 22 versus the 22 to today is a different experience, and the Auditor General's pointed that out as well. So my experience has been different. We've had many opportunities to update council, many conversations, and I've answered many questions, as has our secretariat. That gap, that other period of time, there was less of that occurring.
City manager, if council does try to attempt to abrogate its responsibility to you by dumping something on you, do you feel confident that you can report back to us or state back to us that this is something that should remain with council?
I certainly would, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I'll start again with the city manager. Could you give us another example of where delegated authority would have resulted in a contractual obligation of this scale of $400 million?
So again, many of our capital projects would get or exceed those types of levels. We have abilities to negotiate contracts on your behalf for services.
Yes.
So we do that regularly. So those are examples where, again, you understand envelope, you say to us, go do the work.
Yeah, but in those cases, we learn about them. We don't learn about it afterward, correct?
So to be clear, there's learning points that sometimes it's a report back for approval. And in the case, there was a report that was delivered that indicated the new cost of this, and it was a council report for approval, and it did indicate the $290 million cost, which then jumped as we received more games and more responsibility. So yes, the clarity needs to be, what are you asking in terms of when we come back? And we need to be clear about when we should come back.
Yeah, so one of the things I noticed that for some of us, we had just been elected. We didn't have the information at that council meeting at the beginning of 2023. And I just want to ask whether the procedural bylaw says specifically in the principles that all members have the right to information to help make decisions unless otherwise prevented by law. In this case, we have all collectively had to vote in favor of something, but we didn't have the benefit of the information. is this something that has to be attended to as well? Because we need to know what we're voting on when we come to vote, and that the in principle vote has resulted in the, we're at 400 million now.
As public servants, our role is always to provide you with the information you need to make decisions. And if that is a gap, A, we need to hear about that, but and B, we need to sometimes pause and come back with other information if you don't feel there's enough in place.
Well, certainly, I think in this case, many of us feel that way. I'm not sure who should answer this, but the failure, as the integrity commissioners, both of them have confirmed, the failure of former Mayor Tory to recuse himself from both debating and voting on motions relating to FIFA without disclosing a conflict. How do we know we got the best deal if there's a failure to recuse, a contribution in the debate, a shaping of the debate, and then not disclosing this conflict? And it's a very personal thing. How do we know that, how can we be assured that the deal that was brought to us and that we signed is a fair deal when not all the parties were on the up and up? Can anybody answer that? Or we'll let it hang there? Okay, thank you, because that's something I think we're all worried about. How do we know whether we got fleeced or not? Thank you.
Councillor Candeval, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe this question would be to audit. In your findings and work, was there any consideration to a recommendation that until there's confirmed resource commitments, financial commitments by the federal and provincial government, should a municipality, obviously in our case, City of Toronto, commit to hosting?
So through the Speaker, that was actually part of the motion from City Council, that there was a caveat that there be commitments in writing from the provincial and federal governments. In practice, I believe it's a little more challenging, and I think the City Manager can speak more to that in terms of getting those agreements in writing and the timing of when that all unfolds.
So the reality is there needed to be a staff report that came back to council that said, indeed, we did not receive those assurances and asked council still to move forward with the project. So that was the second report. And one of the learnings we have, and one of the things we have to have an open discussion with council in these types of events, is we need to be very clear what the possibility is, because it's usually quite slim that at things like this, you will have all of the resources locked down before you put your bid in. So I think the future learning for all of us is, what is the risk tolerance? And I think what we could do a better job of in any instance in the future is bringing forward what those risks are indicate. I'll give you one example. For instance, in the case of FIFA, there was very little risk federally because the federal government, or Canada, was actually submitting as part of a tri-country bid. So they were already in. So the fact that they would then turn around and say, well, no, we're not going to fund the host cities would be ludicrous. So the risk there was low. The risk provincially higher because they weren't a signatory to the bid in terms of the three countries. So we could have done a report that laid out risk rather than simply saying we haven't been able to receive that. And that's the kind of thing in the future that I think would help decision making.
Thank you. And from an audit perspective, is it a recommendation, or would you envision this being prudent practice that when commitments are made, there is a hard cap on what the municipality should spend?
Through the Speaker, that's really up to the decision of City Council in terms of how much is to be spent, and to ensure that there's accountability in terms of the cost containment and holding management accountable.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you. I guess my question is to the city manager. we've gone down the road of 2 bids for the Olympic Games. We hosted a Pan Am Games. I think we explored a Commonwealth Games. It's pretty well common knowledge that if you want to be a host city of a major international sports event, that basically the hosting city has to play by the rules of the organization rather than us setting the terms.
Speaker, I would say that that's a very accurate statement. It has a higher or lower threshold depending on what it is. For instance, the World Cup is one of the most restrictive that I've seen in terms of what you actually have as local wiggle room to do things differently.
And it's my understanding that their position is, look, this is what's going to happen. These are the rules you have to follow. And I got 6 other cities that are going to take your games if you don't agree.
Speaker, certainly in my experience, not just with FIFA, with other major events over my career, yes, that's some of the tone that is set in those early stages.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions on this item? No. Okay, speakers. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. And I want to thank the Auditor General for this report. As I said earlier, I think everybody's very excited about FIFA and for the 6 games, but even our conversation about Dufferin and Bathurst relates back to FIFA, and we did have the Pan Am Games. I think what the question really is today is, did we get the best deal? Did we get the best deal we could have gotten for FIFA? And where did we stray off the path, or who strayed off the path? So I really believe that the Auditor General is clear that there should have been more coming back to Council. This is what you're getting into. Here's the pathway that we're on. And since there wasn't that rigor, I think we're left wondering, did MLSE get a really great deal for FIFA? And maybe we didn't get the best deal we could have gotten for FIFA. And that really is our job, to get the best deal. I guess I'm a little surprised to hear from the city manager that we have change orders that are worth $400 million. And if we do have change orders for $400 million, I think we should end that practice lickety-split. Because if something is a $400 million over and it's delegated authority for a change order, I'm sorry, having found that out, that's going to be one of my next motions, because that is our role, oversight. So somehow our oversight role got put aside through a recommendation that we let staff, let the city manager, let the mayor of the day get this deal done. And if we have lingering questions as to whether it was the best deal for the city, I think that's fair. I think the Auditor General has been clear. If you ever do this again, do it differently. You must be fully engaged, and you must know what's going on, because it's no small bill. It's not a small amount of money. It might be a lot of fun, but it's a $400 million hangover for a lot of fun. And so I don't want to say anything bad about FIFA, because Councillor Cole has everything organized for us. We're having pizza, we're having all these different things going on, and we're having soccer everywhere. It's going to be great. But the problem is, as the Auditor General said, you didn't do your job. Somebody didn't do their job properly, and that was to understand what was happening. So no surprises. I think we need to work on that as our motto. No surprises anywhere around. No surprises. And why I asked the Integrity Commissioner here, because we have twin situations here. We have a situation where delegated authority, go away, negotiate that, announce what it's going to be, a lot of money. And then we have, unfortunately, the mayor of the time, whose judgment might not have been the best, didn't recuse himself because he had a relationship with someone at MLSE. So that's definitely clear. We saw Councillor Cheng today say, I've been given advice that even though I don't have a direct conflict, I better sit this one out on Dufferin Street and on Bathurst Street. I'm just going to be very careful. We did not have that careful approach, which then again leads to the question, did we get the best deal from MLSE? And we love the Blue Jays, we love everybody, we love all the teams, but I do love knowing what's going on. I love getting the best deal. I don't want surprises, and I don't want to feel that somehow things went on behind the scenes that maybe nothing went on behind the scenes, or maybe that wasn't a good deal. So if you're engaged in something, councillors, where there's any question, that's why we have the Integrity Commissioner to tell you, be careful, just as I think Councillor Cheng told us today. She's just being careful because that's the advice she got. So we had a mayor that was not being careful, did not recuse himself, had that relationship. Somebody got a full-time job out of that and the MLSE contract. And we have staff that went off with all authority in the world that we gave them. And I voted for that. So I'm as guilty as anybody else on that. So let's regroup here. There are no change orders for almost $500 million. And I saw you, Councillor Thompson, nodding your head when I said that. We need to fix that. We need to be careful and squeaky clean in this city when we're making these very big financial decisions.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Yeah, I've submitted a motion to the clerk. I think they're still working on it. Sorry, this went faster than I expected it to.
Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. As we have discussed and also heard from the questions that were very rightfully raised, that this audit is quite clear and lays it out quite plainly that the previous administration did put our city at risk and did not manage risk well, thoughtfully, even according to our own codes of conduct and our own good policies and practices when it agreed to become a host for the FIFA World Cup. And that is very important as we continue to move forward and as we commit ourselves to Toronto being a place where large events and world-class events can be hosted well and with confidence and in the right way. I strongly believe that our city, as a world-class city, as a beacon, should be able to host large-scale events, should be a place that is always considered when it comes to that. We should be able to do fun, ambitious things. We should be able to host incredible events, and we should be able to do that by continuing to be as transparent and accountable and clear from each opportunity that comes forward to us. And so what this council and this leadership team at City Council with Mayor Chow has been able to do, and I'm proud to be a part of it, is taking this opportunity that we have in front of us as a city and to right that ship, to add, to not just add, but to look at what we had in front of us and propose a structure to be able to take governance seriously when it comes to taking on this incredible responsibility about hosting these games. Whether you agreed with them or not, doing it right is critical to doing it well and to make sure that we can meet and match our city's ambitions for what we can do. That means a higher level of transparency, accountability, and accounting of every single dollar that is being put towards making this a games that we as a city can be proud of, to make sure that before, during, and after the games, we have a legacy that we can stand on proudly and that we represent our city in the best way that we possibly can. The theme of the games is a world in a city, and that includes from top to bottom a place that honors our commitments to our residents, a place that we can see human rights and social development, workforce development, community benefits demonstrated through our actions, but most of all, to be able to take, as the Auditor General laid out to us, what came to us in a very troubling and oftentimes problematic way, and to be able to make sure that as we move forward, we are fixing that and honoring what this opportunity is for a city that we love. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have his motion? Okay. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I have a motion. I want to recommend that we delete the current number 4, which directs the city manager to expedite finalizing the one outstanding agreement, and instead direct the city manager and executive director of the FIFA World Cup Secretariat to report to the executive committee with draft terms of the remaining one agreement with Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment once the necessary information is available to finalize that agreement, but before executing that agreement. The effect is very simple. We're taking away a delegated authority and taking responsibility for public money. It's something, for those of you who were here last term, it's something many of us on council fought about, argued about, and lost over and over and over again. Not just on FIFA, which, by the way, just for those of you who weren't here, we were told it would cost between $35 and $40 million. It cost 10 times that much after we delegated the authority. Similarly, we delegated authority to the previous mayor and city manager to negotiate a new transit arrangement with the province of Ontario. And what we wound up with was Smart Track, which was originally 22 stations at subway volumes, subway speeds and frequencies, being reduced to 3 stations with nothing close to subway volumes and frequencies. Delegated. It is one of the things that the previous council did wrong and did consistently wrong at enormous public cost, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, and surrendering authority for very important public realm, public investment, and public control. When you give away transparency and accountability to the elected body and hand it to the mayor's office and the city manager's office, you are neglecting your duty. I'll say it again. It was one of my greatest frustrations with the previous administration, the extent to which the power of the elected body was taken away. This is the same administration, by the way, that privately went and negotiated with the province to create strong mayor powers, a further erosion of transparency and accountability. I hope you will vote for my motion to send a clear signal both to the people we represent and to the people who are out there who want to take Toronto taxpayers for a ride, that ends now. That we are taking seriously our responsibilities as stewards of public money, of the public interest, and that we will conduct ourselves in a way that is not only transparent, but is bound by the code of conduct we all sign when we take office. This may just look like an auditor's report on best practices, but this goes to the very heart of how we represent the people who elect us to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on the item? Okay, we can put the motion on the screen. Okay, motion number 1, on favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Pardon? Recorded vote on the item is amended? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Mantis, please. Councillor Mantis, how do you vote, please? In favor. And Councillor Pertza, how do you vote, please?
He's not here. Oh,
In favor.
In favor, thank you.
boy. I don't know where he is.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay. So we'll go to, we have a couple of members' motions to add, and the first one is Councillor Candeval.
We're introducing it to the agenda, correct? This is the Bluffers Park Action Plan motion.
Yes, you're
Yeah.
introducing it.
MM 32.1, reason.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Okay. Councillor Holiday.
Sure. I have a motion introduced. It is concerning representation at an Ontario Land Tribunal on a mixed-use site.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Do we have any quick releases? Who said that? Oh, Councillor Cole. Okay, hold on. Okay, Councillor Cole.
On the deferred item, DM 32.1, 579 Glencairn Avenue, appeal to the Toronto Local Appeal Body Decision, Board 8, confidential attachment, litigation, potential litigation, the effects of the city on one of our agencies, the corporation of place. I'd like to release that.
Okay, so Councillor Cole is releasing DM 32.1, 579 Glencairn Avenue. On favor? Carried. Any further releases? Oh, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release IE 23.8, approach to public electric vehicle charging delivery model.
Okay.
And thank Mr. Jollymore for clarification, and also the chair.
Okay,
Councillor
hold
Fletcher.
on, let me find it.
Okay.
Okay, IE 23.8?
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Thompson is releasing the item. This is approach to public electrical vehicle charging delivery. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release NY 25.5, 123 Garrett Boulevard, Heritage Technical Amendment. If it's ready, I'd be happy to move the item.
This is NY 25.5, 123 Garrett Boulevard.
Yes, staff have requested a technical amendment.
Do we have the technical amendment? Okay, we'll put it on the, oh, there it is, Councillor Pasternak. Would you like to move it?
I would move it.
Okay,
Release
on
it.
the amendment by Councillor Pasternak, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. All in favor, carried.
I have a second one.
Okay?
CC 32.3, schedule of meetings.
Okay, just a sec. CC.
We have resolved the matter.
Oh, hold on, let me find it. CC. CC 3221?
No, 32.3, schedule of meetings.
$32.3.
32.3.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
You have
and-
another one there. So 2026 schedule of meetings.
Yes, I'd be happy to release that.
So you release it?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
all
I
in
think
favor, carried.
Thank you for.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you. I'd like to release TE 24.45, transit priority measures to support transit diversions during Finch
Sorry,
West.
please, can you repeat, go slowly? What is the item?
TE 24.45. And there is a motion, and it was advanced circulated.
So T 24.45 transit priority measures.
Yep.
And you have an amendment, it's on the screen. Okay, on the amendment by Deputy Mayor Malik, on favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
I can release two items, both related to 1675 to 1685 Eglinton Avenue West. The first is TE 24.8.
That's 1675-85 Eglinton, yes?
Yeah.
You're going to release it?
Indeed.
Okay. On that item, Councillor Matlow is releasing, on favor, carry. Thank you.
And then the second is TE 24.10.
Okay, 1711, 1741 Eglinton, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Matlow is releasing, on favor, opposed if any, carry. Thank you. Councillor Mantis.
Madam Speaker, I would like to release GG 23.2.
Okay, just one sec. Let me find it. Is that GG 23.2?
Yes, it is, and I would like to move staff.
It's here without a recommendation,
Yes,
yeah.
I would like to move staff recommendation.
You're moving the staff recommendations, that's to review
Yes.
suspensions and real estate. Okay. Okay. Pardon?
All right, I'll still hold it. I mean, but can we ask the question to staff?
Well, we're not at it yet. This is a quick release.
Okay.
When we get to it,
All right, so then I won't release it.
Release it.
I won't release it.
Release it.
okay, so it's not a quick release. Councillor Myers, quick release.
I'd like to quickly release SC 24.1, but I'd like to quickly speak on it, if that's okay.
What?
SC 24.1, 4610 Finch Avenue East Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Decision Report. I'd like to quickly speak on it as well, if that's okay. But okay, that's fine.
Okay. That was quick releases. So now we'll go to the deferred item, NY 24.4. It's here without a recommendation. 221, 237 Finch Avenue and 43 Finchers Drive. Councillor Cheng, You held it down. It's here with our recommendation. Do you have questions of staff?
Sorry, my staff is still working on this item, so I'd like to continue holding it down.
So you want to just hold it down?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next item is EX 25.3, Waterfront East Light Rail Transit. Councillor Sachs, you held the item down. Do you have questions of staff?
I'm done. I can release it.
You want to release it?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so on EX 25.3, Waterfront East Light Rail Transit, Councillor Sachs is releasing. On favor? Opposed, if any, carry. Thank you. But that was okay, members. So our next item on the list is EX 25.5, which is a 2025 winter maintenance program, which the mayor held down. We agreed to deal with that item for AU 9.6. So we're going to be discussing the executive committee report as well as the auditor general. So we need the auditor general to come forward and staff for the winter maintenance. Okay, EX 25.5, just so everybody understands, EX 25.5 and AU 9.6 2025 winter maintenance. So we have the Auditor General's report here as well. So we're combining the two. If you have any questions to the auditor or to the city staff, you can start putting your name on the list. Councillor Fletcher, we're at an item that I think you have an interest in, winter maintenance. Yes, I repeated it twice. EX 25.5 in the auditor report as well. AU 9.6. Does anybody have any questions? No? Okay, now everybody's listening. Councillor Cheng, question.
Thank you. Just wanted a clarification. What does it mean to develop a standalone snow removal contract? That's one of the recommendations.
Speaker, currently snow removal happens with the current contracts. It happens after we've taken care of clearing, salting, sanding, whatever. One of the recommendations is we explore how we would have that type of work done as a standalone piece of work. So it's an addition, and how that work gets done, we don't know. We're asking to go away and do a bit more work and come back and report on that. But that would give us the ability to remove snow simultaneously with efforts or at the same general time as efforts are happening around clearing, salting, and sanding. Right now, we don't have that ability.
Thank you. In the jurisdictional scan, we see that Montreal spends $200 million on their snow operations. They get about double or what we get according to this research. What is our current allocation How much do we spend in a year?
Speaker, the total winter management budget, I believe, is $125 million.
So presumably, we're doing about a scale of half, and we have around half the amount of snow. How many personnel are included in that? How many people are boots on the ground or doing operations, touching this big piece of our infrastructure?
So I'm just going to correct myself,
Sure.
Councillor. So the contracts, our current winter contracts are
Yes.
$127 million.
Right.
And our total winter budget is $155.5. So we have about, including contracted staff and city staff, it's about 1,300 staff.
So we are paying around $175 million, and we are, how many staff again? Can you remind me?
The contracted staff is 1,300 staff, and our staff is about 700.
700. So around 2,000 people working on it. In Montreal, they
Give or
have
take.
3,000 people and 2,500 pieces of equipment. Many of us have probably seen the short reel videos of the magic in Montreal. What would that cost in the city of Toronto to achieve that level of service? Would it be significantly more than what Montreal is spending?
Speaker, I think there's a, certainly, I'll tap it over to the city manager to talk more about the report, but there's certainly more cost in adding additional resources for snow removal. Montreal also does snow removal much earlier, I believe, than the city of Toronto does, and so there would be additional cost. And a follow-on piece of work, as I understand it, that the consultant who helped to support this report is going to be looking at what those costs are, and that would be coming forward to council in November. It's my understanding.
So it's concerning that Montreal is doing such a high level of service delivery for a comparable cost to what we are spending for a service that is quite fragmented. So if we were to look into bringing everything back into house, having the infrastructure, having that comprehensive suite of equipment, would we be able to scale in a similar cost estimate to what Montreal is doing, or would it be significantly more? And why, if it is more, why would that be?
Speaker, I think what's important to recognize, if you look at the report that's in front of you, in the city manager's report, there's a number of pieces of work that we're going to take away and do some further analysis on, and then come back into executive committee in November, and we can look at what those options would look like.
And is bringing everything back in-house and building that city capacity one of the options that will be analyzed?
That is something the consultant could look at, but they are going to go away and look at a number of options, analyze those options, do the costing, and then bring those back.
So we
haven't... Speaker, I just want to be clear, though, on the answer. We are looking at snow removal distinctly. If you're asking the entire snow operations, the analysis for November does not include a full analysis of bringing all of that work in-house. That would be additional work. So for clarity, we are going to bring back what it might look like around removal, because a major problem point for us in major snow events. We are not doing the work to say what would entirely looking at a different model for a snow be.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Myers, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. So first question, I just want to read from a CBC article, December 2021. Toronto City Councillors will be asked to approve $1.4 billion worth of snow clearing contracts Thursday, even though city transportation staff won't say if the companies in line to win the bulk of the work have the plows to get the job done. So this was referenced repeatedly throughout the consultant's report and the AG's report. So my first question is, why didn't staff confirm that the winning bids actually had the equipment to do the job?
Speaker, the issue in 2021 was that the supply chain was quite constrained post-COVID, and so it was definitely a scramble for the contractors to get the necessary equipment that was specified in their contracts in place in order to be ready, and there were a number of spares that were used as part of that. So part of the reason why that was challenging was because of the supply chain, and I don't know if there's anything else you want to add about that.
So I'll just go on. The article goes on. At committee, Scarborough Councillor Paul Ainsley asked, what happens if something goes wrong with the winning companies? And the answer from staff was, we believe these vendors are reliable, replied Vincent Travaza, the city's director of operations and maintenance. We are very confident in their capacity operationally and financially. Given that you know that the companies were already having issues with the supply procurement of the equipment, why did staff decide to go with only 3 companies, even though there were 11 contracts open?
Speaker, the contracts. So actually, there are five companies that have been awarded those contracts.
3 really, because there's 2 main ones and 1 joint venture between the 2 main companies.
Well, then there's one other, and then there's the expressway contractor, right?
Yes.
So that's the 5 that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. The other part of your question was about. Could you just repeat? I'm sorry, Councillor. Could you just repeat the question?
Can you
Maybe
just
hold
pause my
this
time?
Could you hold this time?
So
please?
I
Sorry.
just want to know if staff are still sticking to the answer that they believe the vendors are reliable and they are confident in their capacity operationally and financially, given that there were these issues with the procurement, which they knew already when they decided to award the contracts.
So, Speaker, the issue, or Deputy Speaker, the issues with the procurement, as I understand it, was that when we put out the bid for the 11 areas, we did not get a sufficient number of bids that actually met the technical requirements and some of the other requirements. And so we were only able to award 5 contracts in the initial RFP process, and so we had to go back and do 2 subsequent RFP processes, and every time we did that, we got closer to the timeline for winter of that year, the winter of 2021. Again, this was still during COVID. There were still lots of impacts, but the process to develop those contracts and adjudicate those RFPs and the contracts was done with our partners in PMMD, with legal services, with outside consulting expertise to ensure the technical requirements were sound. And so, yes, we developed those performance-based contracts so we could have much more oversight over the contracted services. And that was an entire transformation from a very, very different process that staff had and a contracted service with the 47 contracts. So we've definitely taken some time to fully onboard and implement those contracts.
Why didn't you use a fairness monitor?
So I'm going to let my colleague at PMMD
And
use
is this standard practice in a contract this large?
So this contract was actually delivered through the category management strategic sourcing program. I'm going to let the PMMD lead talk about that.
Thank you. Through the Speaker. A fairness monitor plays the role of what a procurement professional does. So just for clarity, there is no standard for what a fairness monitor will do. In this instance, we had a number of parties participating in this procurement, as in Mike Patchlock, the CPO, as well as transportation, our own procurement professionals, as well as additional subject matter experts, which brought in an outside point of view. The feeling at the time was that there were enough subjective opinions that could provide oversight that would be aligned with what a fairness monitor would do.
In hindsight, do you think a fairness monitor should have been used?
In hindsight, I can't tell you if it would have provided the information that you are looking for at this point. A fairness monitor is basically witnessing the process, and that's what it provides. In this instance, if council had wanted a fairness monitor, I would say that yes, we could look at it for the future. As to your question regarding the best practice, there is no best practice on a fairness monitor because it is not, again, it's a profession that is still fairly new, I'm going to say, in the grand scheme of procurement. So it's good to have for highly political, highly contentious contracts. I think we're all looking at this going, yes, maybe this could have been practical,
Just
but
quickly.
not from, it's.
There's litigation that litigation resulted from companies that lost the bid due to allegations that the bidding was rigged, right, correct?
Is there litigation?
Sorry, Deputy Speaker, I'm on that.
I do know there was a dispute, yes.
I understand.
Litigation.
Yes,
Yes.
correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, I got a little distracted. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. My questions are around the future state going forward. We're going to hear back in November about moving to a predominantly removal contract. So my question is, are we going to get a price tag? Or is it an options report? Are we going to get options for how we proceed so that we're then in a position to communicate with the community? We can move to that model over time, or we can move to it in 1 year. The price is a couple of hundreds of millions, or it's 11 billion to get there in one snowstorm. Will we get options or simply a recommendation?
So it will be options, which will have price tags attached, and also a strategy around timing. So simply put, the procurement timeframe is to do a full-on process around that. It doesn't exist for this winter. We are going to be receiving the report in November. To then do a process to get it on fully on board for December, January would be almost impossible. So there might be some how do we move forward on a number of things. Those are the ideas. So what you're going to see is a variety of options. What you will see also is a variety of ways that we can improve in the short term, looking at this winter season that is going to be upon us, and also in the future what we might want to do as well. So you'll see a variety of things. It's not going to be one answer.
So perfect. So say a person was writing their newsletter for this very evening, asking for a friend. What we should be communicating to the public right now is that while they asked for a fix and we're getting a fix done, the big fix, the actual having more accommodation for removal, we're going to be in a position to have that report come forward, and the community can actually help decide. You want things to change, but how the pace of change has a price tag, and we'll have an opportunity to talk to our community then.
Yes, very much so. I would also add another way of also putting this is through this review, we realize that in a major snow event, we're not going to get remarkably better unless we deal with removal in new ways. And so this is our opportunity to look at how we can do that in the short and then also in the medium and long term. And that was one of the major findings of this review.
Okay. And then I have one other question, and it really bubbles out of the audit, but it really is still a question for the public service. The one thing that is kind of immediate, and the thing that was the most compelling for us, that no surprise, was that 25,000 or 29,000 people were trying to call into 311, and in fact only 51 complaints were actually properly processed. Whatever the numbers were exactly, it was very compelling. And we know that we've had this practice of shutting down the system, so that's the one change that's immediate. That you're saying we cease and desist from that, just shutting down the queue and being unresponsive other than to just get the roads cleared. So that's the one thing in here that's really an immediate change. What is your plan with the public service? How are we going to be able to suddenly change how we accommodate that? If we're going to make a commitment that we are processing those complaints, how do we log them and make sure that they're, even if it takes a few days, that we're going to track them and do them? Is that going to be a staff resource that is immediate in 2026?
Yes, so if approved by council, we would be moving immediately to this. I can say we've already started some conversations, pending, of course, the approval, and today or tomorrow, whenever it happens.
Yeah.
But we're already turning our mind to how would we do this. It's a piece we want to eliminate, this idea that you can't communicate with us, but then we're going to have to say, how are these calls handled? It is different because they are coming in while we're doing work. So it's different than a deficiency that's being noted by the public. This is happening in real time. But then the other piece is I think we have to be very clear on how we're treating all of those responses, including last February. to you. So a number of pieces of work. We have to operationalize it. We have to communicate how this will be different for the public and what they can expect out of it.
Right, what they can expect is the most important part. And lastly, I just had one other question, Madam Speaker, and that is, are you going to help us with these communications? We've been really good at saying what we would do, snow TO telling us where the truck is and all of that stuff. But now we're getting into the complexity of really managing expectations for the pace of change. Is there a public service communications plan so it's not all just left up to us?
Speaker, absolutely. And one of the other key findings out of the review was we have a number of places we need to change our communications. And I can say even before we hit the winter time, your question's a good one. We need to be providing you with what are we doing right now? What is real change that's going to happen regardless? Yeah. What are things that you're going to discuss later in the fall and potentially have changes moving forward? But then once we get into winter, our approach to communications will change dramatically so we can better support you as you communicate to your constituents.
Okay, hold on. Thank you. Just one sec. You're done, Councillor Carroll? Oh, hold on.
I noticed that we have 85 items left, and people have been saying they may not want to come back on Friday. I don't know whether there's any momentum to extend tonight to say 8 or 8:30, so that we could again extend tomorrow night if we have to. Can we do a straw vote to see whether people want to stay tonight? We may be able to finish tomorrow night. It might be very late, so I just want.
Are you recommending that we take a break at least at 6 o'clock?
Yeah, we'll take a break from 6 to 6:30, or we can take a break at 6:30 to 7. So I could order some food in, perhaps. Pizza, for example.
Okay, so the councillors...
Do you want to do a straw vote to see? No?
No, they want a recorded vote.
Okay.
Recorded vote.
This is just a suggestion.
So the mayor is hold on. The mayor is recommending that we break at 6:30 to 7 and work to 8:30. So we'll take a recorded vote.
Speaker, can we speak to that for a sec?
Recorded vote?
Pardon?
Speaker, can we speak to that for a sec, or no?
Yeah.
Councillor Peruzza, you're not on, you don't have the floor. I don't know where you are, but you don't have the floor.
Madam Speaker, just on a point of order.
Go ahead.
To make sure, 10 out of 25 people here are new. Rather than, mush our faces in, it must be recorded, can we explain what a straw vote is? Because rather than just screaming out nope, why can't we, with a show of hands, see what the will of the body is before we start putting in public record, we're smashing it. Just explain what a straw vote is, if you would, so that people know
okay,
what
Councillor
that
Carroll,
is. Yeah.
Councillor Carroll, there is no such thing as a straw vote.
Except that there is in Robert's rules, and to be...
According to the clerk, there's no straw vote. So recorded vote.
Speaker, can we just speak to that for a sec? Hello, Speaker?
Okay, hold on. Okay,
Can others have a say too, or no? Speaker?
Madam Speaker, all votes that are taken in this chamber need to be either by a hand vote or recorded. There is no such thing as a straw vote.
Speaker, can we speak to the straws?
Okay, hold on, everyone. Okay, then members of council, please take your seat. Councillor Bravo, are you leaving? Pardon? Okay, and if members of council are leaving, I'd appreciate it if they tell us they're leaving. Because now I see Councillor Cheng virtual. Okay, the motion, hold on, please quiet. The motion by the mayor is that we stay to finish this item. Okay. On favor?
Recorded vote, recorded vote.
They
Not
asked
so
for record.
fast.
Councillor Fletcher, they asked for recorded vote. I have no choice but to have a recorded vote. If there's a request, we have to do it. Recorded vote. Okay. And quick releases. Recorded vote. Why is everybody screaming? Well, I hear everybody screaming. My God, we get paid to be in the council chambers, guys. That's our job. And members of council that leave, they should at least inform the speaker or the clerk that you're leaving. Because I didn't know Councillor Cheng had left, and I didn't know Councillor Peruzza had left.
Speaker, Council Peruzza hasn't left. Don't say stuff that you don't know.
Recorded vote.
Jesus.
Councillor Burnside, can we get your vote, please?
Councillor Burnside, may I have your vote verbally, please? The negative, thank you. Councillor Peruzza, may I have your vote, please?
No.
No. Councillor Thompson, may I have your vote, please?
Negative.
Negative. The motion to extend the meeting carries. The vote is it does not carry. The vote is 13-8. The 2/3 threshold has not been met.
Sorry, Speaker, I never got to vote, but
It doesn't matter. It's good.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, no worries. I like the glasses.
Councillor Peruzza. Councillor Candeval, questions.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. To staff, during that week or 10 days, we saw tremendous snowfall in February. The number one issue for my community was windrow clearing. So as part of these recommendations, has there been consideration to better time the road clearing with the windrow clearing as part of the winter plan for next winter?
Speaker, the timing of those two, I think, has a lot to do with the initial plowing and then the ability of the contracted vehicle to come in and open up the timing of that can be impacted by a number of things, but certainly as a look at the entire program of how we can do a better job on managing windrow clearing, that there are probably recommendations that we could take into account that would help with that, including having more, as I know the recommendation to have better communication on outcomes as opposed to just where is the equipment. So that's certainly a piece that I think could strengthen that.
Thank you. Part of this reality we heard from really countless number of seniors who are trapped in their neighborhoods, in their homes as a result of the lack of the windrow clearing. Two is snow removal on arteries. We saw delayed outcomes in snow removal. It's not snow clearing, obviously, but snow removal. Is part of the plan looking at additional arteries, major streets that would be identified for timely snow removal?
So certainly there's a huge focus in the report on winter about snow removal and expanding our ability to not only do it more comprehensively, but earlier in the process. Right now, the earliest snow removal that we do is for bridge decks and some managed removal in various locations. But certainly, one of the things that the consultant found that was done more quickly in other cities was that they moved to snow removal faster. So that's going to be a focus of the next bit of work.
Thank you. Number three was, or is, the concerns around snow clearing, salting around school zones. And I know we already identified as a priority. Are we looking to ensure outcomes within a certain time frame for school zones, particularly the sidewalks?
Yeah, again, Councillor, I think one of the pieces that is really important is, again, to focus on those outcome-based measures. So if we could be better at describing the percent of complete, and if it was by different infrastructure types, I think that would be definitely worth looking into. We also need to strengthen the partnership that we have with the schools, because right now it's a shared effort, a joint effort.
To give that more clarity, my understanding is that the sidewalks are our responsibility with schools.
The sidewalks, except for bus loading zones, if I'm remembering that correctly, as well as the pathways that go up to the schools and the parking lots are the school's responsibility.
That's right. And will we have outcome-based? So, for example, school sidewalks will be cleared and salted within 24 hours. Is that something that we can speak to directly?
So we have service levels for sidewalk clearing. As you might remember, during an extreme winter weather event, those service levels are not adhered to. Certainly, we can take that back and have a look at what is an enhancement for school zones, because I know that's certainly an issue for people.
Very quickly, just in time, are we, as part of the plan coming back in the fall, will there be opportunities for staff to hear directly from residents? Whether it's virtual or in person?
No, at this stage, there's not an engagement process built into the report back.
If that can be considered. And last question, on the performance-based price adjustment, I think this is an audit recommendation. Have we utilized this, A, and B, in the past? And B, how stringent and strict will we be in the enforcement of this recommendation? The performance-based price adjustment. If they're not doing their job, they're getting less
That was
money.
your last question.
Yeah.
So through the new contracts, Councillor, and through new technology, we are actually tracking oversight of performance. I think the auditor's recommendations were that we still have more work to do to be doing that consistently, but we have levied liquidated damages against contractors and continue to track that and continue to work within the confines of the contract to ensure that payments aren't made without that documentation. We still do have some challenges with some of our technology that we plan to have updated and completed this winter season. It's taken a little while to get in place, and that's in service of that consistency. We do have access to that information through our GeoTab portal, and we do cross-reference the information that we have, but that needs to be strengthened, was one of the auditor's recommendations.
Time for one more question, Councillor Fletcher.
Maybe it's to the, we have the weighted scoring that we asked for. When did we get that? This morning?
Correct.
There's 130 pages. Are you really expecting that we're going to be able to digest all of that? And do we have to do that in camera? I guess that's my question, Speaker. There's a confidential document. Do we need to go in camera to explain those?
If you're asking questions on the confidential item, yes.
Yep, I would be asking questions there because it's 130 pages and I don't think anybody's been able to read it today. We've been very busy. Just on the technical standards in general, because that was one of the issues. Do we have different technical standards than the other cities in the GTA, like Brampton and Markham, Hamilton? Do we have a different technical standards than they do in this RFP?
When you're talking about technical standards, are you talking about service standards for clearing the road?
No, I'm talking about in the RFP, because that's why many didn't advance. How many companies advanced to the final? How many companies didn't make the technical standard cut?
I would have to look that up, Councillor. I can
Well,
tell you that
I can't have my time wasted, Speaker.
I could tell you that only 5 of, I believe 24, 5 out of 24
5 out of
made it through the
24.
first round of technical standards.
Didn't make the technical standards.
correct.
And how many of those, 5 out of 24, so 19 didn't make it?
In the
And
first-
how many
in the
of
first round.
How many of the 19 are clearing snow in other municipalities?
That might have been one of the reasons why they did not make that standard. I don't know.
Well, I'd like to
if
know the
anybody-
reason. That because they were clearing snow in other municipalities, they couldn't meet the technical standards in our RFP?
The technical standards in our
Yep.
RFP were developed not only through city staff, but also with guidance through the strategic sourcing
Sorry.
process. And so
My
they
question
would
is
have
very
been
clear.
influenced.
Okay,
They would have been influenced by what were best practices in other jurisdictions as well in moving to a performance-based contract, which was an entirely different approach than the previous contractors did.
So there's no performance-based contracts in other GTA municipalities? This is the only one?
That is where industry is heading. I don't know
Are
if
there
there
any others? Deputy City Manager, any others? Do we know of any others, performance-based contracts? Because many people got dropped off the technical standards and we've heard it's a problem and I want to know about it. And I'm clear I want to know about it and that's why I have 130 pages in front of me.
So, Speaker, just to be clear, I can't answer the question because
So
I don't know.
how about if we get that information for tomorrow, Speaker?
Yes, I can get that.
Yeah, we'll get it for tomorrow
Can I
because
stand down,
Speaker,
please? I have 2
if
more
I just
minutes.
clarify, if you could clarify, because if the answer is, can we check in with all the other municipalities to see if they're performance-based by tomorrow morning? I don't believe we can do that work.
Sorry, are you telling me that we don't understand how other municipalities surrounding our city have a performance standard or not for a contract for snow?
I just want
At
to
this
be real
juncture.
clear that that's what we're asking for, and do we have that information for tomorrow morning, given that it's 6 o'clock this evening?
Well, we do know that we have looked at other jurisdictions in terms of developing those technical standards, and we also do know that Mississauga has performance-based snow contracts.
I guess my question is, how do we not have that answer here when we've talked about this snow and these contracts? This is probably our 4th time at bat. So not understanding the bigger context around technical standards and being eliminated is still a problem for me. And Speaker, I'm going to reserve my next minute for tomorrow when that can be answered.
a motion to introduce a confirmatory bill moved by Councillor Mantis. Can you read it, please? It's on the screen.
That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 32 on July 23rd, 2025.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carry. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor, opposed if any, carried. We're recessed to tomorrow, 9:30, bright and early. And I apologize to staff. Hopefully we'll I'll be in a better mood tomorrow.